So this is day 2 of revision series for mathematics and statistics. As usual, let's start with a 2-minute silent prayer. Moving into the session. So in the last class, we completed a major portion in business mathematics. What is left out is we were yet to complete calculus portion, equation portion, then permutation combination, which we will be discussing today. Along with that, time and distance. This is the pending one. These were few areas where you will be getting 1 or 2 questions, and it will take 15 to 20 minutes for each chapter. Now we have to start with business statistics. This is day 2 of revision series, and the majority of the concept we will be discussing will come from business statistics. Today the majority of the portion will be from business statistics only. When it comes to business statistics, might be it start from module 4 or 5. Module 4 or 5. Let me have a check for it once again. Yeah. Module 4. Your business statistics portion starts with module 4, which is nothing but a theoretical area or theoretical concepts. Then comes module 5, which is measure of central tendency. Measure of central tendency. Then comes, that is central tendency and dispersion. This is one big area where this is the part statistics, like this is where statistics will be starting. The official measure of statistics, any calculation in statistics will be starting in this area only. Followed, like this is the base area, fundamental concept or backbone of statistics. Whatever the topic you study in statistics, without touching this chapter, you won't be able to study any topic in statistics. So this is that much important. This topic is that much important in statistics. Then comes module 6, correlation and regression. These three were the agenda for day 2. These three were the planned agenda for day 2. Along with this, I will be discussing set language and permutation combination, so that we can use that set language and permutation combination to understand probability in tomorrow's session. in this session, in the current session, like I can split the session into 3 parts. I can split today's session into 3 parts. That is before breakfast, then after breakfast, then after a short break. Before breakfast, we will be completing this measure of central tendency and dispersion. After breakfast, that is for around 2 hours, we will be using the time to complete correlation and regression. 1 hour for correlation and another hour for regression. Then I will be giving another 15 to 20 minutes break. We will be continuing module 2.1 and 2.3. We will be continuing module 2.1 and 2.3. 2.1, 2.3 and if possible also 2.4. We will be covering these 3 things in the last 1 hour, which is nothing but set language and permutation. This is the idea, narrow idea for the entire day 2 session. Can we proceed? Now moving towards module 4. Moving towards module 4, statistical representation of data. Before getting into this module, I would like to have an idea of what is meant by a data or why statistics is used. What's the need for statistics? What exactly is the need for statistics? In spite of this session being an exam oriented, marathon oriented session, I would like to have few discussion regarding this in this session also. What do you mean by, like, what's the need for statistics? Can anyone?
Collection of data.
Then is it only a collection of data? Is it only a collection of data? But what you have mentioned is right.
Comparing those data
With
the formulas.
So you are connecting with the day 1 session ratios, fine, whatever. Then just comparison.
No, analyzing.
Okay. What's the need for analysis? We are asking you a right question. What's the need for analysis?
Easy understanding
Take
of the
decision
data.
better.
Fine. So the need for statistics to collect, classify, then don't need to write. Let me explain it. To collect, classify, represent, then we will be using it for comparison, interpretation, then analysis and conclusion. This is the base journey of statistics. This is the base journey of any statistical method you use. So if you take this marathon session. We Bharadwaj Academy is like Bharadwaj Institute is willing to conduct a marathon session. So for that marathon session, what is the primary need? What is the primary need for that marathon session? What can be the primary need? Primary need. I am not asking the primary resource, I am asking the primary need. Then see, the entire course syllabus will run for 6 months, but the students won't be like, few students may find it difficult, might have missed a few classes, might have registered for classes, obtained the video ID, but haven't attended any classes, haven't watched any lectures. But when it comes to this foundation, there will be few students, if I get to know all the concepts within 100 hours, for 100 marks or 200 marks, if I can spend 100 hours and get all the knowledge, I can go and write the exam, pass the exam. There will be few students. For those students, what can be the best alternative available? Next to YouTube. Next to YouTube, some revision sessions, live revision sessions, something like that. Instead of going for a recorded uploaded one, instead of going for a YouTube one, if it is something like a live interaction one or one-to-one interaction one, it will be more effective, there will be more understanding, so that the student can write the exam. This is the need, right? So before collecting, we should understand what is the need. Sticking to this need only, the statistics journey will continue. Then the need is satisfied. What is the next step? To collect data. How to collect data? We need student strength. How you got to know about Bharadwaj? Tell me, have you got to know about Bharadwaj? Any of your friend might have referred, right? Any of your friend might have referred. So marketing. For that marketing, what are all the sources available? WhatsApp status, YouTube shorts, YouTube updates, community post. So we have collected, like we might have asked questionnaires. Kindly fill the form to get registered yourself in the marathon session. So we have asked you to fill a form, right? That is what we call it as collection of data. Any data collected for the purpose of further analysis and no alteration is done. No alteration is done in the data. No alteration is done in the collected data. We call it as primary data. We call it as primary data. You will get to objective question like this. Majority the answer will be secondary data, because what I mentioned, any data which is collected for the purpose of further analysis and no alteration. What is meant by alteration? The change can be minute or bigger one, but if there is a change, that's an alteration, right? Even a small change of writing it in ascending order, or descending order or grouping it, whatever it may be, the data becomes secondary data. Appo a data which is exactly in the form of collection stage. You might be noting the data, right? Whatever the data noted, the collection of all such data is what we call it as primary data. So we got Google Sheet responses from you, and for all the responses we would be exporting it towards the Excel, right? The Excel will be filled with n number of student names, n number of registrations. That is what we call it as primary data. If we try to segregate that data into online mode, offline mode, or number it or arrange it alphabetically, that is secondary data. So what is meant by secondary data? A small alteration in the primary data which acts as a catalyst Do you know the term catalyst? Do you know the term catalyst? The main theme, the main purpose, or the fuel, or which acts as instead of using the term catalyst, let me use the term fuel itself, which acts as the fuel for further analysis. We call it as secondary data. We call it as secondary data. Clear? Clear with this? Then what is the next stage? Primary data is over, secondary data is over. What is the next type? Tertiary data. No. That's it. That's it with data collection and classification. That's it with data collection and data classification. We have classified the data. We have classified the data. Then, will it be helpful for me to do further analysis? No, it won't be helpful. You have hundreds of data. Anyway, you have arranged it in alphabetical order. You will be having hundreds of data. How am I able to process further? How am I able to process further? Yes, it is possible by grouping. By grouping. If I am having only 10 units, there is no need to group. If I am having only 100 units, I will minimize the Excel and I will find my value. If I am having 1000 units, the same problem which the person who invented logarithm encountered. Availability of large number of data. How am I able to scale them? Right? So that I have to represent the data in a better format, in class interval format, or in pictorial format, or in tabular format, whatever it may be. So, to identify the core area of analysis, the data should be further classified. The data should be further classified, and such classification can be, how it can be done? Discrete, tabular, pictorial. When it comes to this pictorial, we will be having bar graph, histogram, ogive, pie chart, and etc. thing, where this histogram is used for finding mode and this ogive will be used for finding median. We will be discussing what is mode, what is median once again, but before that, these are the different types of pictorial representation of the data available. Pictorial representation of the data. Pictorial representation, or we also call it as diagrammatic representation. Can we? And I let you know one more thing. There are few definitions of statistics. Coined by various statisticians in their own language. One person used these terms. This is the basic need for statistics. One person used a term which is similar to one which is used by Kamala Hassan. Very difficult to understand. But we'll be having much of the needed concept for statistics. வாங்க சார். பரவாயில்ல, இப்போ சீக்கிரமே வந்து அகிலேஷ், அபிஜய். So we discuss what is the need for classification, and after classifying the data, what is the need for representation, what are all the different types of representation, and there are certain theoretical part for classification. What is the need for classification? To have a better understanding, to make the data an exhaustive, a possible one, then suitability in accordance with our need, which means I have collection of it. I have all the students' information who are pursuing their degree, UG degree. Now, I want to make a marketing for foundation. Should I need all the data? Should I need all the data? Not needed. I need only first year and second year students. Is third year data available? Data of third year students needed? Because not needed for foundation. So making the data suitable for our research. So that's why I mentioned once again what's the need and how to, according to the need, I will collect the data. Upon collection, there will be certain data which are not needed for our further analysis. We have to remove the data. In IT we call it as noise. In IT we call it as noise. Those data which are not needed, not relevant, and whose values are 0 or nil, we call it as noise. We have to remove the data. Even such removal will constitute towards secondary data and classification of data then. And there are certain basic needs for classification of data, which are theoretical part. I will give you those part in the material. Now, when it comes to this tabular representation, what is meant by tabular representation? Tabular representation is nothing but grouping the data according to the repetition on specific range. Sir, what does it mean? I have a set of data and I have to tabulate the data. How am I able to tabulate that? Before tabulation, I should know what is the lowest available data and what is the highest available data. And also I should know what is the number of units. Now I have to find the range. I found the range of highest data and the lowest data. Now I have to find each class width. That's upon my choice. Technically there is a formula, but it's upon majority, it will be upon my choice. And also I have to class with number of classes. If I multiply the class width with the number of classes, I will be getting the total classes, total units available. Now with the help of this number of units and the lower data and higher data, I will be finding the class intervals. Then I will take one data, check in which class interval such data is falling, make a tally mark. Then I will take the next data, find in which class interval such data is falling, make a tally mark there. By doing this method, if I complete 4 bars, how the 5th bar should be? Slice. So each full unit constitutes count of 5. So I will be able to count what is the, like how many lines are there. That how many lines are there will give me the frequency. So I have tabulated. Discrete is nothing but writing the data as it is. Textual representation. Discrete or textual representation. If I have only 10 data, what is the use of grouping it? What's the use of grouping it? Can I? So what is the need for tabulation? We have discussed what is the process of tabulation. Now we need to understand what is the need for tabulation. What's the need for tabulation? What can be the need for, what are all the needs for tabulation? To simplify the data. To simplify the vast exhaustive data. Then to make sure the objective of investigation, to make sure the objective of investigation is in line. What is meant by is in line? Okay, I have collected the data for foundation marathon and I see there are lots of students available for final years. And I am taking the data and willing to work on it. Is my need satisfied here? Is my need satisfied here? In spite of the data being a well structured one, what's my basic need? Students who are eligible for foundation, is my basic need satisfied? No. So we should make sure, just to make sure the data is in line with our basic need of investigation. Then to make it more simple, to make it easy to understand, then to know a pattern, how the data is, how the mobility of data is acting. Then for further statistical analysis, that is mean, median, mode, etc. things. Next, the one which I mentioned about in IT sector, another noise, error removal. That's it with data, that's it with tabulation. Then comes diagrammatic representation, which is bar diagram, line chart, etc. things. Just have a look or have a read through of it. It will be more convincing. Clear till this? Now we got to know what is meant by frequency distribution, which is nothing but combining the entire exhaustive data into a numbering one, into frequencies. We will discuss once again this frequency curve and frequency polygon while discussing median and mode. Now I am proceeding towards the next part in this module, which is measure of central tendency and dispersion. Measure of central tendency and dispersion. Before that, let me have a break for tea. The very first calculation part or the initial calculation part in statistics, measure of central tendency and dispersion, which is the secondary thing. Now, all of you might have heard about these topics in your lower classes, but none of you might understood why it is called as central tendency. What is meant by measure of central tendency, or what is meant by central tendency, or the word central? Sir, railway station is all. Why it is central? Okay, even the name for central station, the reason behind the name can be adopted from this explanation also. What's the advantage of central station? Chennai Central, right? Now it has become MGR Chennai Central. Dr. MGR time I know. Just Chennai Central. Why it is called as central? Or what is the main advantage of Chennai Central? Yeah. Easy to connect anywhere, within the state, within the city, within the country, whatever it may be. Right? That's why when you see central station, that is the end point. It will be like an end point. Any other stations, any other city stations, there won't be an end point. And incoming and outgoing, the railway station, the railway tracks will be something like, there won't be any end point, but central station is the only place. Central station is the only place where you can see an end point. So what is the fundamental reason, or what is the fundamental benefit of central station? We can connect to any place. We can connect to any place by any means. We have suburban units, we have express, and many more things. Like at one place, we can connect with all the things, right? Similarly, let me take one more example. These example I took in today's class. This central station example, I took it in today's class only. In age old time, I will take one more, during the previous classes, I will take a different example. I will take the same example now also, but I got to know a new thing in today's class. How I got to know that? Practice. Keep on practicing. Like this is my kind of 5th year or 6th year or 5th year of teaching measure of central tendency and dispersion. I have been teaching this topic from my MSc final year 2022. Yeah, 4th year or 5th year. Upon the 4 years or 5 years, I have got lots of experience in teaching measure of central tendency. In spite of that, I got to know a new thing today. How it got happened? Just because of practice. Now, during your school days, say you have 50 students. Say you have 50 students. Upon the 50 students, there will be for sure 5 students who think themselves much intelligent than the teachers. Okay, who are intelligent than the teachers, but they won't propagate that. They won't tell it aloud. Even if those people are there in the class or not, they come to the class or not, they attend the lectures or not, they will excel in the exam. Yes or no? We call it as this is I can't use Tamil here. Let me call it as bug. அவன் இருக்கிறதும் ஒண்ணுதான், இல்லாம இருக்கிறதும் ஒண்ணுதான். In spite of his presence, is he going to help any of the fellow people? கிடையாது. அவன் உண்டு, அவன் வேலை உண்டு. I am much prioritized towards my work, my knowledge, my improvement. அதெல்லாம் கிடையாது. To get a good name in between teachers. இதுக்கு அப்படியே ஆப்போசிட், a complete complement of the same will be available. யாரு? The most important persons. Exactly, backbenchers. They are the supreme heroes of the class. A class will be identified. A class will be criticized just because of those 5 people. Let me call him superhero. Will he study? Will he allow other people to study? கிடையாது. Will he contribute something betterment, some betterment towards the class? கிடையவே கிடையாது. What will be his contribution? Taking the entire class towards the principal room, making the entire class get the name A section is much better than yours. These 5 people were the major reason. Teachers will tell the name A section students are better than B. Sorry, B section students are always better than A, because I am a section student. I have experienced this thing. For many years, kind of 5 to 6 years, I am a section student only. 10th மட்டும்தான் B section. So இந்த வார்த்தையெல்லாம் கேட்டு புளிச்சு போயிடுச்சு. Now, these people were the main reason these people were not able to shine. அப்போ let's leave these two set of categories. Not needed, won't contribute anything towards our study. This is also not needed because extremist. Even though they try to contribute anything towards the studies, will they contribute anything towards the betterment of the class? கிடையவே கிடையாது. But there will be certain part in between the most famous students, average students. You can take any successful people in knowledge wise. I'm telling, I'm not a topper. I accept I'm not a topper, I'm a middle bencher. At the same time, in college first year I'm a first bencher, in final year I'm a last bencher. So I have experienced all the 3 stages. While doing schooling, I had a friend. He is a pakka middle bencher boy. He can interact with any people in the class. Let it be boys, let it be girls, let it be teachers, let it be mates, whoever, let it be watchman. That one person, the entire school will know that one person. உண்மையா? Instead of calling that person as one person, he belongs to the community of central values. He belongs to the community of central values. Why? He is a connecting point for his class. He is a connecting point for his group, for his fellow people. To pass information. If we pass information to these people, what will happen? They will circulate it within themselves. Those 5 people, it won't go effectively towards the class. They won't allow to go it towards effectively towards the class. What will happen if we share an information towards these 5 people? They will completely negate the sentence and spread it towards the class. The teacher asks the students to bring biology notebook. What the students will tell? Exactly. Instead of that, biology teacher left the school. They will completely change the scenario. They also won't constitute anything towards the analysis. But if we transfer an information towards this one person, he can communicate towards the entire class in the proper manner. He is a better communicator. A better leader comes from middle bench, not from first bench, not from last bench. A better leader will come from the first bench. He should know how to communicate. Appo, in such scenario, what's the need for central tendency? That's subject flavor. What's the need for central tendency? கொஞ்சம் வேற மாதிரி.
சென்ட்ரலைஸ்டா எல்லா டேட்டாவையும் ரெப்ரசன்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி ஒரு காமன் இது மாதிரி வேல்யூ.
to have a better representation of entire data set concerned. We call it as measure of central, we call it as central tendency. What is the need for measure of central tendency? That is the place where any picked unit, if we pick any unit from that value, from that central place, it will act as a better representative. Instead of making an analysis over the entire data set, having an analysis over that one particular representative will give us better result, will give us optimal result for the purpose of optimal results. Right? Clear? Now, this central tendency can be classified into mean, median and mode. This is the first part of the entire chapter. This mean will may further classified into arithmetic mean, geometric mean and harmonic mean, which is also like there is also a part called weighted mean. I will come back to it once again. When it comes to this median, we can classify the median into median, decile, quartile, decile and percentile. We have one more measure called mode, which is considered as the least measure for central tendency. We are not able to find mean, we are not able to find median, then only we will come for mode. Mode is one data which contains the highest frequency, not the greatest one. It's not the greatest one. Mode is not the greatest number. It's not the greatest number, whereas it's nothing but highest repeating value. What is meant by highest repeating value? That value or that class has the most number of repetitions of data in the given data set. What if all the data in my data set took place only once? No mode. Appo, what does it mean? Nil. It means nil. Is 0 equal to nil?
No.
Experience. He got nicely from me for the same discussion. Correcta? Is 0. Okay, what will happen if I put mode equal to 0? Instead of nil, what will happen if I put mode equal to 0?
Maybe the class interval or the class mark will be the 0. Like and the 0
highest repeating value is 0. It gives me a wrong information. Highest repeating value is 0. Then what should be the highest repeating value? 0 is not the highest repeating value. I can't find any highest repeating value, whereas I gave a wrong conclusion of the highest repeating value is 0. So mode equal to nil represent no mode, which means 0 is not equal to nil. Clear? Now mean or average. Let me take mean. The very first measure of central tendency. He's only a central tendency. What's the advantage of central station?
easy எல்லாத்துக்கும் travel
More appropriate way.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரு common point இருக்கு junction மாதிரி
Where?
எல்லாத்துக்கும் connect பண்ற மாதிரி.
Easily communicate. Have a optimal communication. I'm just going to find one value having having optimal communication, having optimal communication. I'm just replacing a different word for this communication, distance. Can I? Having optimal distance from all the units, of the given data set, right? This is what I call it as mean, which can be classified into arithmetic mean, geometric mean and harmonic mean. You got to know what is the main definition of mean. What is mean? That is the one point, or that is one representative value which has optimal communication or optimal distance with all the remaining data concerned. Arithmetic mean. Again, when it comes to arithmetic mean, we can classify the arithmetic mean into three types. For discrete data, for grouped data, for continuous data. What do you mean by the term discrete data? What do you mean by the term discrete data? Each unit will be an individual unit. You will be able to identify what are all the units available in the data set. Able to identify the units available in the data set. Identify all the units available in data set. DS அப்படின்னு போட்டுக்கிறேன். Let me take it as DS. What do you mean by the term grouped data? What is meant by grouped one? Discrete only. Discrete with repetitions. The data itself is discrete. The data set itself is discrete. You will be able to individually identify each units of the data set, whereas more than one value, more than one repetition for each individual value will be available. For each individual value, instead of using the term each individual value, let me use the term any of the individual value. There will be more than one repetition for at least one individual value in the given data set. Then we call it as grouped data. Now, what is meant by continuous data?
Set of intervals. Data is represented as set of intervals.
Where?
எப்போ discrete இல்லையோ அந்த இடத்துல continuous யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க.
What is meant by a public company? அந்த definition தான் இப்ப நீ சொல்ற. அந்த definition தான், you are mentioning that definition only. I got manipulated hearing this word during my foundation. What is meant by public company, which is not a private company? பரவாயில்ல, ஈஸியா இருக்கே எல்லாம். Then only I got to know. நான் சொன்ன பாரு, which is not discrete and
எங்க அந்த இண்டிவிஜுவல் யூனிட்டா கண்டுபிடிக்க
ஃபீல் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். What is meant by discrete data? Sorry, what is meant by continuous data?
இண்டிவிஜுவலா எங்க பாயிண்ட் பண்ண முடியாதோ அந்த இடத்துல.
Exactly. You won't be able to point individually, identify individually the units of the data set. என் ஃபேஸ் உனக்கு தெரியுதா? தள்ளி பார்க்க வேண்டியதா இருக்கு, இல்லைன்னா இந்த பக்கம் வந்து உட்காந்துக்கோ. Not able to individually identify a particular data and its repetition. Rather, only which is available? Availability of class, rather only availability of class which contains the data, which contains the data. What does it mean? I want to be able to specifically identify what is the data. What is this data? Whereas I know I can identify or I can point what is the class the data is present. 0 to 10. If I tell 0 to 10 as class interval, can you tell the index of number 4? Can you tell the index of number 4? Index means in which place it is placed. If it is a subset of natural numbers, the index of 4 is 4. If it is whole numbers, the index of 4 is 5. If it is integers, then also the index of 4 is 5. If it is rational numbers, what is meant by rational number? You will be able to write a number in the format of a by b. அப்ப கண்டிப்பா எழுதிட முடியும். ஆனா என்னங்கிறது தெரியாதா? எழுதிட முடியும். What is meant by if it is a subset of irrational? Okay, here there will be possibility for both rational and irrational, and the union of these two will give you real numbers. There are the infinite, like this is a quote, which is the infinite set is always dense. That is, the irrational set is always dense, which means vada data. இப்போ சொல்லு, can you tell the index of 4 for the interval 0 to 10 if it is from real numbers? If I take, which means if I take 4 and 5, you will be able to find one number between 4 and 5. This is 4.5. If I take 4.5, you will be able to find one another number between 4 and 4.5. I can repeat the process for infinite number of terms, infinite number of times. Appo, what is the next value? You won't have an exact answer for what is the next value for a specific number. That is what we call it as continuous data. So these are the three types of data set. If it is a discrete data, there won't be any availability of frequency. So the value of mean x bar is summation x divided by n. Summation x divided by n. Or if I am going to use assumed mean method, what is meant by assumed mean method? I will assume one unit from the data set as mean. Since I am assuming it, I am calling it as assumed mean, and I am taking the mean of deviations from all the data from the assumed mean. And if I add the mean of such deviation from assumed mean with the assumed mean, I will get x bar. Clear? Now, when it comes to grouped data, data will be written with frequency. If I have 2 plus 2 plus 2, it's 6, right? A data set contains 3 2. All these 3 2 will constitute a total of 6. I can write it as 3 into 6, right? Sorry, 3 into 2, right? Or 2 into 3. Variable multiplied with frequency. Variable multiplied with frequency. So if you are given with a data set which contains variable along with frequency, how can you find summation x, sum of all the units? How can you find all the units? Sum of all the units. இல்ல நீ சொல்றது இல்ல. What's the question I have asked? What's the question I have asked?
In the group data, summation of the over zero summation every number.
It's nothing but summation fx divided by summation f. It's nothing but summation fx divided by summation f. If you add all the repetitions of all the units, all the repeated units in the data set, the sum of repetitions will give you the total number of units. The sum of repetitions will give you the total number of units. Clear? Now, if the same is for assumed mean, how can you do that? A plus summation fd divided by summation f. For continuous also the same thing, whereas you won't be having the availability of x. You will be given only with the class interval, not with the individual value. How can you find?
Find the class mark. Find the class mark.
So correct. Middle term. In case of continuous data, you won't be explicitly having the value x. Instead, you have to assume. Not assume, you have to take one value from the class interval. Taking such value is what I call it as mid x. Taking such value is nothing but mid x, which is x is equal to what will come?
Highest value plus lowest value by 2.
That is for okay. How can you find x? Any midpoint? You will be having class intervals, right? Take the lower limit, take the upper limit, add it and divide it by 2. Add it and divide it by 2. There is no need. A class interval should start from the number where the earlier class interval ends in mean. அப்படினா என்ன? If it is 0 to 9, 10 to 19, acceptable. Now, how can you find the mid x? L plus, that is lower limit plus upper limit divided by 2. You have got your x. Correct? Now. With the x you have to multiply f. You will get summation fx divided by summation f will gives you x bar. Will give you x bar. Mean will be represented by x bar. Clear? Is everyone clear? Clear till this? So we have completed another how to find mean. How to find mean for discrete data, grouped data, continuous data. Mean is nothing but mere addition. A new student, just now he has started his foundation preparation. He will get this doubt. Is mean or can mean take negative values? Can mean take negative values? No one.
Yes.
Can mean take negative value? Why yes? Tell me a situation where mean takes negative values. Now, your answer is right. Your answer is right. Tell me a situation mean takes negative values. Tell me a situation where mean takes negative values.
Average scuba divers எவ்வளோ sea level கீழே போறாங்கன்றது அந்த distance
ரொம்ப வேணாம்ப்பா. ரொம்ப
negative
சிம்பிள்.
தானே சார் வரும் sea level கீழே போறப்ப.
வேற average of a data set which contains only negative values. என்னது அது? negative. So in this scenario, when mean is concerned, mean median mode, central tendency is concerned, plus or minus will come. Again, what does it mean? It's not always absolute. Absolute means it's a distance quantity. It's not always a distance quantity. The reason for I am telling it's not a distance quantity is the next topic which we are going to discuss, dispersion. It is a distance quantity. Whereas mean median mode, it's a, what can we call this quantity? Mean median or mode? Dispersion is a distance quantity. What can we call about central tendency? It's a representative quantity. It's a locatable quantity. We are going to locate a specific term. So in such situation, this measure of central tendency is a locatable quantity. It's been wait. We are in the stage of completing mean, arithmetic mean. You all got to know what is arithmetic mean, right? How to compute arithmetic mean, etc. things. We haven't discussed one numeric problem. But we are speaking in mathematics or we are speaking in statistics. We haven't discussed one numeric problem, but we are discussing statistics, yes or no? Appo, when mathematics or statistics is concerned, do you think, like if you think it involves only calculation, that is not mathematics or statistics, that is just calculation. Applied mathematics or applied statistics. Then what mathematics or statistics is? What we are discussing now? We are discussing the concepts of what does mean, right? Through verbal communication we are discussing this is what statistics is. Okay. Now, for continuous data or for discrete or whatever it may be, like grouped data or continuous data, I mentioned a thing, another, it's possible to assume a specific number as assumed mean, find the deviation from the assumed mean, add the deviation, take mean for the deviation, add the mean of deviations towards the assumed mean, you will get the exact mean, right? You will get the exact mean. What if after finding fx or fd or after finding d, you get to know, after finding d, you get to know all such d were multiple of a constant number. 5, 10, 15, minus 5, minus 10. What can you do now? You can common it out, right? You can common it out, right? So in such scenario, let me write it here. D can be written as x minus a divided by, instead of here writing it as a, let me write it as c. What is that c? Any constant which is common in all the d's. Which is common in all the d's. Both multiplication and division is acceptable here. Both multiplication and division is acceptable. You have found the deviation. After finding the deviation, you get to know all of it were 10.1, 11.2, 13.3. It's a decimal number. So what will you do? You will multiply 10 towards the number and make it as a whole number, right? So in such scenario, you have to convert once again the resultant. If it is divided by c, you have to multiply it with c in the resultant. If it is multiplied by c, you have to divide it with c in the resultant. Clear? Clear? Can I proceed? Yesterday, while discussing arithmetic progression and geometric progression, we had a specific formula for sum of n natural numbers, right? We had a discussion for sum of n natural numbers. Now I am asking you to find the mean of n natural numbers. Find the mean of, for sure a question something like this will come in your examination. Find the mean of n natural numbers. What is meant by mean? X bar is equal to, x bar will be equal to summation x divided by n. What is summation x? What is summation x? Sum of n natural numbers, sum of n natural numbers divided by n. What is sum of n natural numbers? N into n plus 1 by 2, the whole divided by n. I can cancel this n. So the answer is n plus 1 by 2. This is the mean of n natural numbers. Can I proceed? Let me take a scenario. Let me take a grouped data. Let's try to find the mean for a grouped data. Find the mean, find the arithmetic mean. See, I forgot to mention one thing. We are discussing arithmetic mean, right? What does the term arithmetic represent? It represents addition. We are finding the mean by using the operation addition. Is there any other operation available? Subtraction அப்படினு சொல்லாத. It's also included in addition. It's also included in the addition. Is there any other operation available? Mathematical operation available? Yes. That is what the next thing which we will study, which is geometric mean. Is there any other operation available? Yes. Inverse. Division. Harmonic mean. So your entire mean will be built something with the help of basic mathematics operation. Basic mathematics operation. உன்னோட first standard second standard ல சொல்லி கொடுத்த mathematics operation. Clear? Find the arithmetic mean of a collection of data where each variable contains the weight equal to square of its value. Contains the weight equal to square of its value. Before that, we need to discuss what is meant by weighted average. What is meant by weighted average? There is a small formula wise, both arithmetic mean, arithmetic average and weighted average are same. But what is meant by this weighted average? It has a different definition or a different understanding. You go to a grocery shop. What is the primary need for going to a grocery shop? Lays chips வாங்குறதா? சொல்லு. Groceries. மாத்தி கேக்குறேனா? Departmental store. Sorry, I confused the term. Provisional stores. Being account student, provision na part time store or temporary store அப்படின்லாம் நினைக்காத. மளிகை கடை. Joke. What's the need for going to a provisional store? What's the basic need for provisions? Soru. What's the basic resource, basic ingredient? Rice, right? Will be having the highest importance. Yes or no? Will be having the highest importance. Rice will be having the highest importance. The next one, பருப்பு. திட்டத்துக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. serials, pulses, etc. So in this manner, you will be able to identify the importance of each variable in your bill. Right? What if you want to give importance while making a calculation? எல்லாமே ஒவ்வொரு யூனிட் இருக்குப்பா. All the things are one unit. 1 kg of rice, 1 kg of wheat, 1 kg of பருப்பு, 1 kg of any other thing, any other quantity. Without rice, சாம்பார் மட்டும் வச்சு what is the use? குடிக்க முடியுமா? முடியாது. So rice is the supreme important thing. அப்போ to arrange the data, to classify the data, or to make the analysis upon importance, we should allocate weightage to each data available. We should allocate each weightage to each data available. Appo upon all these cases, allocating weightage to each unit depending on their importance. Depending upon their importance, we call it as weighted average. The formula is much simple. Summation, instead of frequency, you will replace f with w. Summation xw divided by summation w. Right? Can you call, like, while purchasing these provisions, whether you call it as frequency, whether you call the rice bags as frequency, whereas you will call it as weight, quantity, right? Now, what can be the value of weighted average here? Can we, what they have mentioned, first we have to write the table. We have to write the tabular value. X takes the values, the weightage of each value will be equal to square of its value. Appo if x takes 2, if x takes 3, and goes on. Now how can you find weighted average? What's the formula for weighted average? Summation xw divided by summation w. What is summation xw? Value multiplied with weight. 1 into 1 square, which is 1 cube. 2 into 2 square, 2 cube, and goes on till n cube, divided by 1 square plus 2 square n square. Sum of cube of n natural numbers sorry, sum of square of natural numbers. What is sum of cube of n natural numbers? N into n plus 1 by 2 divided by n into n plus 1, 2n plus 1 by 2 by 6. தூக்க காலத்தில் இருக்கியா? So it will be n into n plus 1 the whole square divided by 4 whole divided by அப்படின்னு வரும். Let me take it as 6 divided by n into n plus 1, 2n plus 1. So this square, this n will get cancelled, this n plus 1 and this square will get cancelled. 6 times n square plus 6 divided by 8n square plus 4. நீ simplify பண்ணி எழுதிக்கோ. You need to understand how it works. I think this is the very first problem we have discussed in today's class. Can I? It's around 8:30. till 9:30 I am going to extend this first session. If you want a break, please let me know. I will give you 5 minutes break and continue. Or not, if you don't need a break, let's continue. அந்த பிரேக் இப்போ கொடுக்க மாட்டேன், சென்ட்ரல் டெண்டன்சி முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் கொடுப்பேன். This voting is possible only for live students, not online students, because already they are in recording. Now a different question. If the average of 10 numbers is 15, what can we say about summation x? What can we say about summation x? எப்படி? X bar is equal to summation x divided by n. What is this x bar? It's mentioned as 15 is equal to summation x divided by n. Just make a cross multiplication, you will get summation x is equal to 150. Never daydream, these kind of questions won't come. அப்படிட்டு நம்ப முடியாது. CMA Institute may ask. Now the mean of 5 numbers is 12. If one number is removed, the new mean decreases to 11. What is the removed number? What is the removed number? எப்படிப்பா?
60.
Correct. 60 sir.
Fine.
Summation
கவனி, இந்த பக்கம் வந்து உட்காரு. I'm not able to see your face. Can we? All good? You seems to be so dull in today's class. What happened? The mean of 5 numbers. What is n here? 5. What is x bar here? 12. What is summation x? Right? One number is removed. What is new summation? 60 minus that one number, let me call it as x1. What is the mean? By is equal to 11. So 60 minus x1 is equal to 44. What can you say about that x1?
60.
நீங்க என்ன சொன்னீங்க? எக்ஸாம்ல அவ்வளோ டைம் இருக்கும்டா, அவ்வளோலாம் அவசரப்பட வேண்டாம். You will be having ample time in exam. Even after completing paper, you can check the paper and you can also teach one of your friend to solve the paper and get a centum mark. You will be having that much time. அப்படின்னா சும்மா சொல்ல வேண்டியது. Can I proceed? You will get this kind of question. The mean of, say, 100 units is equal to 43. So 10 units is 43. while checking it was known that இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு question வரும். While checking it was known that an entry 43 was misread as 34. Wait. You need to identify which is the wrong data, which is the right data. You have to remove the wrong data and you have to add the right data. உன் புக்கில் இது எப்படி கொடுத்துருப்பாங்கன்னா find the difference between the wrong data and right the data, add it towards the deviation. தேவையில்லை, அவ்வளோலாம் தேவையே இல்லை. How can you do it? Which is the wrong data, which is the right data? 43
right data, 34 wrong data.
நீ முன்னாடி என்ன சொன்ன?
இதுதான் சொன்னேன்.
இல்ல மாத்தி சொன்ன. You mentioned in the opposite manner. The right data is 43 and the wrong data is 34. So you have to remove 34 from summation x and add 43 towards the resultant, then divide it with 10. How to find summation x?
10 into 5.
X bar into 10, which is 43 into 10. Clear? With that arithmetic mean is over. Now geometric mean. என்னப்பா?
Mean proportional.
Geometric mean. If you get a question, what is the arithmetic mean between two numbers? What can be the answer? A plus b by 2, which we discussed already in yesterday's class. We have to go for geometric mean, the next type of mean. See, in order to represent sum, I will be using the symbol summation. In order to represent product, S க்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி ஒரு symbol வந்திருக்கா. Similarly, we will be using a symbol called phi to represent product. To represent product, we will be using the symbol pi. Not exactly 3.14. It's a notation. It's a symbol for notation. Or to mention a specific operation, I am using this symbol. What is summation? Continuous addition. What is pi? Continuous multiplication. Clear? Geometric mean. What is meant by geometric progression? What is meant by arithmetic progression? The increment will be obtained by adding a number to one reference number. What is meant by geometric progression? The increment will be obtained by multiplying a constant number. We call it as common ratio to one reference number. Appo anything which has got by multiplication, we call it as geometric. We attach the term geometric towards that. So geometric mean is nothing but, instead of addition, we have to multiply the terms. Then in the earlier case, what we did? We divided, right? Should we divide? We have to take nth root. So what is the formula for geometric mean? Nth root of square root is for only two numbers. You are mentioning mean proportional. கொஞ்சம் time travel பண்ணி வா. This is day 2, this is not day 1. Nth root of product of all the units in the data set. Sir, what if the units are negative? இருந்துட்டு போகுது. Multiply as it is as negative number. You don't need to assume it as a positive number, then multiply it. Multiply as it is as a negative number. Can be? Can be? This is for? This is for discrete data. Is it a square root? Is it a square root?
Cube root, okay.
It's nth root. It's nth root. Even if you get a negative number, if you get a negative number and you have to take geometric mean, say you have only two numbers, what can be the arithmetic mean? It will be nearer to 0. Plus 4 minus 5, it will be nearer to 0. Geometric mean. What you asked is right, root of a negative number. No, geometric mean is not possible to compute. That's it. That's it. Can we? Can we? Now, what if it is a grouped data or continuous data? When it comes to mean, for both grouped data and continuous data, the same method only. For grouped data, like for continuous data, you have to find mid-x. What is mid-x? Lower limit plus upper limit by 2. Now, for grouped data, for grouped and continuous data, for grouped and continuous data, how to find the geometric mean? What we did in arithmetic mean, we will be having a number, we will be having a variable number. For that variable number, we will be having the frequency, number of repetitions of that particular number. We will multiply to make it included in the summation x, total summation. What is meant by total summation? Continuous addition, right? If one value is repeated, the continuous addition we can call it as f1x. Instead of adding it 2 times or 3 times, we can directly tell it as 2x or 3x, whatever. Here we are taking multiplication. What will happen if the same x1 is repeated f1 times? We will multiply that x1 till f1 times. Multiplying a particular number n number of times. We are not adding a particular number n number of times. We are multiplying a particular number n number of times. What will happen? Power. So it's nothing but product of x1 power f1 dot x2 power f2 xn power fn power 1 by summation. புரியல எங்க புரியல? x1 power f1 கவனிச்சியா? Okay. If it is discrete and arithmetic, okay, if it is in arithmetic mean, we will add one number n number of times or f1 number of times, x1 plus x1 plus x1 f1 number of times. So we can call it as f1 into x1. Yes or no? Here in geometric mean, we will multiply the particular number f1 number of times. What will happen? x1 into x1 into x2 into x1 into x1 f1 number of times we will multiply. What is x1 into x1? x1 square, right? What will happen if I multiply one particular number f1 number of times? It will be x1 power f1. So each number raised to the power its own frequency and finally the product. Clear? Now, kindly take your calculators. Now tell me, do we have cube root in calculator? Do we have power 5 in calculator, like fifth root in calculator? Do we have sixth root in calculator? Do we have seventh root in calculator? Do we have eighth root? Yes. 3 times square root. Why? Indices. Square root is nothing but 1 by 2. What is cube? Cube of square root is 1 by 8. Eighth root. So square root, fourth root, eighth root, 16th root, 32nd root, everything is possible. Any other root not possible in calculator. Any other root not possible in calculator. Now, let me tell you two different methods to find geometric, like to take the square root and find the final answer of geometric mean. Number 1, nth root of any number. Nth root of any number, provided nth root is findable. நீ இந்த nth root அப்படிங்கிற இடத்துல square root of -2 போடக்கூடாது. Nth root of any number, the bracket போட்டு if exist அப்படின்னு போட்டுக்கிறேன். Why? If it is not available, never ask me. Square root of -4 not available in normal calculator. தெளிவாக கவனிக்கும், not available in normal calculator but available in scientific calculator. Type the number in calculator. Type the number in calculator. Type. Mithil, can you tell me what can be the next step?
Root in 12 times.
Type square root. Just square root 12 times. 12 times. Next.
Plus 1 or plus 1? Minus 1.
-1 divided by n. Sir, what is that n? Nth root. If it is cube root, divided by 3. If it is fifth root, divided by 5. Then
Into equal.
Plus 1. Then into equal to. This is the only place where you are using the equal to. Nowhere you have used equal to in the earlier steps. Into equal to 12 times. You will get the answer. You will get the answer. Can we try it for cube root of 27? We all know what is cube root of 27? 3. Cube root of 27. Find it. நானே டேட்டா கொடுத்துறேன். X equal to 1, 3, 9. Find the geometric mean. அவ்வளவுதான். Find the geometric mean. Product of the three terms, cube root of the product. Into equal to. Entire thing 12 times. என்னப்பா வருதா Mithil? What happened, Mithil? You seems to be so dull today.
No, sir.
Akhilesh, right? Abhijay. ஸ்ட்ரென்த் கம்மியாக இருக்கிறதுல இது ஒரு அட்வான்டேஜ். ஈஸியாக மனப்பாடம் பண்ணிடலாம். ஜனனி, Srija, I know your names. Can I? Can I? Clear? Now finding the root with log. Finding the root with log. How to find the, instead of root, let me name it as geometric mean with log. What's the formula for geometric mean? Product of xi power fi. I runs from 1 to n. This is the formula for finding geometric mean. Yes or no? Let me take log on both sides. Take log on both sides. Take log on both sides. What will happen? Log of geometric mean is equal to power 1 by n will come towards the front. 1 by n times log of the product. Right? Enappa?
Power 1 by f.
1 by f sigma summation of.
Now 1 divided by summation f. Inside the log there is a product. Inside the log there is a product. Log of AB equal to log A plus log B, which I can write it as log of x1 power f1 plus log of x2 power f2 and so on. Again I am having f1 in the power of the variable, so it will be 1 divided by summation f1 log x1 plus f2 log x2. I can write it as it's just addition. I can write it as summation fi log xi. I runs from 1 to n. Right? This is log of geometric mean. Then what is geometric mean? Antilog of 1 by summation f. Summation I runs from 1 to n fi log xi. You have to take log of the number, multiply with the frequency, get the mean, take antilog. You will get the geometric mean. Clear? Can I proceed? Now how to take logarithm for a number? How to take log of a number? In last class we discussed the properties of logarithm, but we haven't discussed, by the way, log sheet எடுத்துட்டு வர சொன்னேன். I mentioned in the last class, enga phone log sheet la not allowed. That's OG Bharadwaj students. கிளாஸுக்கு வராங்களோ இல்லையோ சொன்ன வேலையை பார்த்துட்டு வந்துருவாங்க. எங்க சொல்லுங்க, எங்க வேர் இஸ் தி லாக் ஷீட்ஸ்? என்னாச்சு? ஸ்கூல்ல என்ன வார்த்தை சொல்லுவாங்க? If you tell the same reply, if you give the same answer, so breakfast cut எல்லாருக்கும். Breakfast cut. After hearing all those words from school teachers, I am just trying to find my school teacher and tell, இப்பலாம் நான் சாப்பிட மறந்துடுறேன். Now, how to find logarithm of a number? How to find logarithm of a number? See, I have 2 and I have 200. Are these two numbers same or different? Are these two numbers same or different? I am telling it same. I am telling it same. Numerically they are same. By value they are different. Numerically they are same. By value they differ. So what makes it numerical or what makes it different? The number of digits, right? The number of digits. So if I want to take logarithm of a number, I should count the number of digits. Point ku munnadi equal to number of digits minus 1. Number of digits minus 1. I am having 2 digit. அப்ப இங்க என்ன வரும்? 1 point. Sorry, I am having 3 digit. So I will be getting 2 point. 2 point. We call it as characteristic. Now we have to find the value of 2. The value of 2 is equal to value of 200 in log. Only the characteristic differs. What is the characteristic for 2? 0. 1 digit. So log of the number will be 1 minus 1, 0 point. What is log of 200? 3 digit. 3 minus 1, 2. 2 point. Whereas log of 2? 0.3010. 0.3010. This is all these were log base 10. All these were log to the base 10, which means if you raise 10 to the power 0.3010, you will get the answer 2. If you raise 10 to the power 2.3010, you will get 200. இதுக்கு மட்டும் phone calculatorல breakல செக் பண்ணி பாருங்க. Why இப்பவே பண்ணிரலாம்.
Sir, but in exam phone not allowed, sir.
For your checking only I am letting you know this. Power 0.3010. It's around 2. அதே மாதிரி 10 power 2.3010. It's around 200. Now if I want to multiply both of these numbers, 200 into 2, the answer is 400, right? The answer is 400. Let's bring that 400 here. What is log of 2 into 200? Log of 2 plus log of 200, right? Which is, what is log of 2 plus log of 200? 2.6020. Now take the antilog table. இருக்கிறவங்க எடுத்துக்கோங்க, இல்லாதவங்க அஸ்யூம் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Those who are having, kindly take it. Those who are not having, use the basic thing in mathematics, assumption. The basic advantage of mathematics, assume. Let's assume you are having antilog table. Take antilog table. In that, find 60. Upon 60, find 2, the column 2. You will be having 60 in the row. Find the column 2. Take the number there. That is 6020. If you are having, instead of 0, if you are having 1, take the mean difference of 1. Add the number in the corresponding mean difference towards here. You will get the answer as 4. 4 வருதா? 40000 வரும், or 39999 அந்த மாதிரி. Yeah, exactly. 3999.9, like okay, 3999, it will go on. It will go on. Book எடுக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்ல. 3999, it will go on. Now. You have the characteristic 2, right? You have the characteristic 2. Now you want to bring the decimal. While taking log, the number of digits minus 1. While taking anti-log, what is the characteristic? Plus 1. 2 plus 1, 3. Start from the left hand side. 1, 2, 3. 399.99999, which is equivalent to 400. That's it. Clear? Can I proceed further? Now, geometric mean is over. So, any sum, let it be any sum. If you are asked to find the geometric mean, what you will do? Write down the numbers. Find logarithm of the numbers. Multiply frequency for the log x. Add summation f log x. That is summation f log x. Add all the f log x. Divide it with n. Take antilog. Harmonic mean. The next topic, harmonic mean. What's harmonic mean?
Inverse of frequency.
Why? What's the need for harmonic mean? What's the need for harmonic mean? We are going to proceed with harmonic mean. What's the need for harmonic mean? In case if you have a data set, where the values are something like 0.01, 0.002, 0.05, all the values were something like a negligible one. But you are having 2000 units of negligible data. Upon 10,000 data, you are having 2000 units of negligible data. Is it considerable or not? One fifth of the total population. Even though it seems to be a decimal one, a negligible one, it constitutes 1/5 of the data, similar to our population and income. Towards the entire, like the Indian income, the gross total income of the entire country will be contributed only by 20% of the citizen. 80% of the total income was contributed only by 20% of Indian citizen. Our remaining 20%, 80% of citizen. Inversely proportional. Who are those 20%? The big shots. Okay, அப்புறம் இது tax class ஆ மாறிடும். வச்சன் சார் வந்து என்ன கேட்பார், என்னடா என்னோட கொஸ்டினுக்கு வரையான்னு. Now, what's the need for harmonic mean? To give higher importance for a lower value, or negligible value. That is what we call it as, that's the reason for harmonic mean. That's the need for harmonic mean. Sir, data set appdi irka, you can't ask that. The data set won't be like whatever the data set we are discussing won't be something like that. But the need for harmonic mean is to give higher importance, supreme importance to the inferior data. What will happen when you take the reciprocal of 0.01? It will be 100. The data become bigger, right? So to find harmonic mean, how can you do that? Take the inverse of all the data. 1 by x1, add it, 1 by x2, 1 by xn. Divided by n. You will get the mean, right? Take the final inverse once again, which is n, divided by summation 1 by x. This is for discrete. This is for discrete. For grouped and continuous data.
Summation f by f into summation f into n by x.
For grouped and continuous data, summation f divided by summation f times 1 by x. That's it. That's it. That's it. Clear? That's it with first type of central tendency, mean. We have a small relationship between mean, that is arithmetic mean, geometric mean, and harmonic mean. In general, arithmetic mean is greater than harmonic mean. Sorry, geometric mean is greater than, always greater than geometric mean, is always greater than harmonic mean. For any data set, try to find arithmetic mean, geometric mean, and harmonic mean. This relationship will hold, this inequality will hold. Can I proceed further? Even though it seems to be a difficult process to compute mean, a difficult process, lots of calculations, involves lots of calculations. Involves lots of calculation. What's the advantage? Accurate one. What's the advantage? Accurate one. It gives accurate one. Next one. Difficult to, like, okay, it's difficult to compute, etc. In spite of the difficulty, we managed to compute the mean, but what if a data set contains open-end interval? What if a data set contains open-end interval? What is meant by that open-end interval? No starting point for the data set or no ending point for the data set. I am having the data set something like less than and class interval, more than. I don't know what is the lower limit for this class, I don't know what is the upper limit for this class, unless I don't get the value, I won't be able to find the mid-x. I won't be able to find the mid-x. Theriyadu. It's not possible to compute. In that situation, just to overcome this situation, the next type of central tendency was introduced, which is median. Which is any value which divides the entire data set, into two equal parts. We will use capital M to represent median. வந்ததுலேருந்து பார்க்குறேன், நீ நோட்டை திறந்தே நம்ம பார்க்கலையே. எழுத மாட்டேன், ஏன்பா? நான் ஒரு வேளை PDF அனுப்பலனா? What if I forgot to send the PDF? Taking notes is always a good practice for a professional. Taking notes is always advisable for a professional. What makes a normal student What makes a professional student better from a normal student is taking notes. Whatever he observes, he will always have a pen and paper in hand. உனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச விஷயமாவே இருக்கட்டும், try to have a pen and paper. The moment you start writing, even though like it can be a new subject, like, it can be a familiar subject to you. In spite of the subject being a familiar one, when you start writing or trying to take notes, when you try to take notes, you will get to know any one information which is unknown to you. Here, I have been teaching this central tendency for 4 to 5 years. Whereas I got to know about this example in today's class only because I am taking notes. சரி, இங்கே ஓகே. அக்கௌண்ட்ஸில் என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? எடுத்து தானே ஆகணும். கிளாஸுக்கு வராமல் இருக்கிறியோ? போகும்போது சொல்லிட்டு போயிடுவேன், சார் அகிலேஷ்னு ஒரு பையன் வருவான், கொஞ்சம் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. It will take another 2 minutes to let you know what's the importance of this note taking. You have this ruled paper. You have a ruled paper for professional exams. You will be given only with ruled paper. So start writing or have the practice of writing in ruled paper itself. While taking notes, like how effectively notes can be taken. If it is an unruled paper or if it is a ruled paper, whatever, ruled paper na, there is no problem, margin will be given. So if it is a ruled paper, you will be given with margin. But for an unruled paper, 3 to 4% of the page is separated for margin in the left hand side. Similarly, for heading, always this should be followed. Similarly, this is a place that should be left for any short notes. Sir, I am writing everything here itself. Why am I in need of a short notes? While revising, you may miss any content. Use this space for highlighting or once again repeating any important point in the entire paper. There will be any one point which is most important. Any formula, it can be any formula, it can be any condition, whatever it may be. Or even you can use a sticky note to attach here. So whenever you turn the page, you will have a look of the sticky note which will give you an attention. This point should be noted so that you won't miss any of the important information and you will be having a legibility to read once again. Then always use multicolors. It may seems to be a childhood one, ரொம்ப silly-ஆ childish-ஆ இருக்கலாம். It may seem sounds like a childish one, but it matters. That's what helped me to get or have a deviation of 100 plus marks in my final. Between attempts, it helped me to secure more than 100 marks when compared with the previous attempts. In one attempt I secured 288. I started taking notes. I mentioned the practice. I got to know what's the place I am lagging. Practice. I started the practice of taking notes once again. When it comes to note taking, I will use different color pen. I will invest on pens. I will invest on different color pens. It may seem to be a colorful one, childish one. Let it be. At the end of the day, my result is important. 288 to 377 within a span of 2 months time. Within a span of 2 months time. Just because of note taking. I was able to revise more effectively during my exam. You won't get that much time to revise. My revision was that much effective just because of this note taking. For a professional, this quality is must. This quality is always must. Now, just 2 minutes I took. Exactly 2 minutes I took. 158 I started, it's 2:1. Now, median. Any value which divides the entire data set, any value which divides the entire data set into 2 equal parts. You have 51 numbers, 51 members in the class. Who is the median? The 26th person is the median. He divides the entire class. Towards his left hand side 25 people, towards his right hand side 25 people. Sir, what if my class contains only 50 people? Is it possible to cut the person until he is the median? Not possible, right? But in case instead of person, if it is a number, we can. So try to find whether the n is odd. N is odd. N is even. If n is odd, the formula is so simple. Median is equal to the very first step in both the cases. The very first step in both the cases, arrange in ascending order. Arrange in ascending order. Then after arranging, for odd number of units, median will be equal to n plus 1 divided by 2th unit. For even number of units, you have to look into the type of data. You have to look into the type of data. Not a rationalized data. What is meant by rationalized meaning? What is the meaning of rationalized? Between numbers I can find another number. Between 2 units I can find third unit. Or between 3 units I can find the fourth unit. I will be able to generate units. Between you and him, am I able to find another person? No. Between second number, between 2 and 3, am I able to find one more number? Yes. So, try to find whether the data is a rationalized data or not a rationalized data. If it is not a rationalized data, median will be equal to n by 2th unit, n by 2 plus 1th unit. These two are the median. 2 units will act as median. So in case of 50 units, being not a rationalized one, 25th data and 26th data will act as median. Similarly, if it is for a rationalized one, average of the two. That's it. N by 2th value, n by 2 plus 1th value. Take these two data, take the average. That is 25th term plus 26th term by 2. Clear? This is for discrete data, how to find median. For grouped data. In mean, while computing mean, arithmetic mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean, we have different formula for finding mean for discrete and grouped data. Whereas grouped and continuous contains the same formula. But when it comes to median, discrete and grouped data will have the same formula, continuous data will have a different formula. So, The formula is same. Whereas you have to make sure one more step is added. What is the step? What is grouped data? You will be having frequency. That is, you will be having variable value with frequency, right? What is meant by arranging them in ascending order? For example, if you are having 2 4 times, 7 3 times, 5 2 times. 2 how many times? 4 times. 7 5 2 times. What's the total number of data? 9, right? You have 9 places to be filled. You have 9 places. Take cumulative frequency. Sir, what is that cumulative frequency? Till 4th data, you will be having 2. Starting from 5th data till add 3 with 4, 7. From 5th data till 7th data, you will be having 7. Okay. From 8th data till 9th data, you will be having 5. So you have indexed the starting and ending of a particular variable value in the group. Ippo, whatever the value you are getting here, try to map that value here. If you got 7 here, what can be the value? What is the 7th unit? 7. What is the 6th unit? That is also 7. What is the 5th unit? That is also 7. What if it is 4? It will be 2. When it comes to here, average of the 2. Say 5th unit and 6th unit. The median is 5th unit and 6th unit. What is 5th unit? 7. What is 6th unit? 7. So 5.5th unit? 7. What if the median is 7th and 7.5th unit? 7th unit is till 7th unit, it's 7. I made a small mistake. I have to arrange it in ascending order. So this will come here. Now maathika. What is 7.5th data? Till 7th data I am having 5. From 8th data only 7 starts. What is 7.5th data? 5 plus 7 by 2. 5 plus 7 by 2, that's it. 5 plus 7 by 2. Clear? Now, for continuous data, how to find median? We have a formula. Median is equal to L plus n by 2. N is summation f minus m divided by f into c. What is L? Lower limit of median class. What is m? Cumulative frequency of pre-median class. What is f? Frequency of median class. What is C? Class width. Suppose you have a data something like this. Continuous. This is a continuous one. So if it is a continuous one, you will be having only class interval, not individual x. Say 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30 and goes on till 90 to 100. Say I am having 40 to 50 here. And I am having frequency 2, 3, etc., 5, 9. Clear? 5. Okay. What is CF? அப்படியே add பண்ணு. 2, 5, 7. 5 plus 2 is 7. I am having 2 here. 5 plus 2 is 7. 7 plus 5, 12. 12 plus 9, 21. So I am having total 21 data. This is n, right? What is n by 2? 10.5. 10.5th data. Till 7th data, this class interval ends. Till 7th data, this class interval ends. What is the next class interval? 40 to 50. So median will be placed somewhere in between 40 to 50. So that is what I call it as median class. Whereas I have to remove the previous 7 items. I have to remove the previous 7 items. So that's why I have put minus m. I have to split that class into frequency. That's why I am dividing it with frequency. 5 into what is the class width? 10. What is the lower limit? 40. 40 plus will be able to locate that particular median in that class. That's it. Clear? இப்போ நீயே சொல்ல போற பாரு. What is quartiles? What is meant by median? Any data which divides the entire data set into 2 equal parts. அப்ப quartiles na super 4 equal parts. 4 equal parts. அப்ப how many? To get 4 parts, how many units you need? You need 3 units. To get 2 parts, you need 1 unit. To get 3 parts, you need to get 4 parts, you need 3 units, which is Q1, Q2, which is nothing but median, and Q3. Just a minute. So 3 values which divides the data set into 4 equal parts. Q1, Q2, Q3. First quartile, second quartile, which is nothing but median, and third quartile. For discrete data. For discrete type of data. Let it be discrete data or let it be continuous data. Replace 2 by 4. Replace 2 with 4. You will get quartile. So Q1 is equal to n plus 1 by 4th term. Q2, which is nothing but median, we already discussed. Q3, 3 times n plus 1 by 4th term. If this answer is say 12, 3 times 12, 36. 36th term. Similarly here, what is Q1? L plus n by 4 minus m by f into c. Q2 we discussed. Q3 L plus 3n by 4 minus m by f into c. Quartiles over. Quartiles over. Now, what is deciles? 10 equal parts. You know the formula. Should I tell? Should I tell? The same thing. 9 units you will get. 9 values you have to find, which divides the entire data set into 10 equal parts. Similarly, percentile. Percentile, 100 equal parts. 100 equal parts. Now, that's it with median. That's it with median. We have one special advantage for median and mode. We can find the value in diagrammatic manner also. It's not possible to find mean in diagrammatic manner. But we can find median and mode in diagrammatic manner. I have a data set. For example, let me take. Say I have the class interval. It's possible for continuous data only. I have the class interval. One more thing. For finding median in continuous data, we should make sure the class interval are continuous. In case if the class interval are instead of 0 to 10, if I have 0 to 9 and the next class interval start from 10 to 19, my question is, where is 9.5? If I want to locate 9.5, in which class it is placed? Because one class ends at 9 and the next class starts at 10. Where can I project 9.5? The data is not continuous. I have to make the data continuous, so that subtract 0.5 from the lower interval and add 0.5 towards the upper interval, upper limit. Now, class interval, say 0 to 10. Let me take it as 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40 and 40 to 50. Let me take the frequency. சும்மா எனக்கு பிடிச்ச frequency நான் எடுத்துக்கிறேன். What's your birth date? Yours.
31.
Yours. Lara, yours.
16.
Yours. 9. 7.
17.
17. We built a data set. What is CF? Cumulative frequency 1, 17, 48, 65, 74. What does this one represents? What does this one represents? Okay, what does this 65 represent?
40 இருக்கு 65 items இருக்கு.
There are 65 units in the entire data set which is less than 40. There are 48 units in the data set which is less than 30. There are 17 units in the data set which are less than 20. There are 74 units in the data set which is less than 50. Appo cumulative frequency, let me take it as less than. Less than. For less than, I have to note the upper limit. I have to note the upper limit. If I plot it in graph, I will be getting a graph like this. We call it as less than OGIV. We call it as less than OGIV. Similarly, make the addition in reverse order. Make the addition in reverse order. 9, next one 26, next one 57, next one 73, 74. For this, wait, screen stuck ஆயிடுச்சு. For this, take the upper limit. For this, take the upper limit. So what does it mean? There are 74 data more than 0. There are 73 data more than 10. There are 57 data more than 20. There are 26 data more than 30. There are 9 data more than 40. So if I try to plot this, I will get one more curve, another curve like this, which will be called as more than OGIV. More than OGIV. And the intersection of these two OGIV curves will give me, this value will give me median. Corresponding x value, this is x, this is f. F and plot பண்ணிடக்கூடாது. Corresponding x value will give you median. Clear? Mode அப்படியே முடிச்சிடலாமா? Pair layer, what is mode? Highest repeating value. Frequency கிடையாது. Highest repeating value. Any value which got most number of repetitions, we call it as mode. Is there a possibility mode is nil? Non-availability of mode. Yes. There is a possibility where in your data set each unit take place only once. There is no specific formula. You have to identify with the frequency. The highest frequency will give you mode. What if in case of continuous data? What if in case of continuous data? We will use mu to represent mode. The same thing, L plus f naught minus f minus 1 divided by 2 f naught minus f minus 1 minus f1. Sir, adana sir ippadi potirukeenga. What does these data represent? These values x and frequency. F naught is highest frequency. Highest frequency. L is the lower limit of that modal class. What is f minus 1? You should not call it as f of minus 1. F of represent functional value with the input minus 1. It's not f of minus 1, it's f minus 1. Just f suffix minus 1. Pre-modal class. Frequency of pre-modal class and frequency of post-modal class. You don't need to find cumulative frequency for finding mode. Clear? And the graph which is used to find the mode is called as histogram. The midpoint of the highest bar, will be mode. Okay. Now let's have a discussion of one more, like two terms I want to discuss: frequency polygon and frequency curve. I have midpoints of each bar, right? Say here I will be having class interval. Each class interval will be mapped according to the frequency. If I try to join each midpoint through a sharp edge, scale வெச்சு நான் join பண்றேன். Through sharp edge, what will happen? I will get slope. Sharp edge represents straight line, right? A straight line gives you the slope of the line. I will get slope of each deviation, each difference. We call it as frequency polygon. Whereas if I try to join them with freehand curve, with freehand drawing, instead of a scale, if I join it with a freehand curve, I call it as frequency curve. This frequency curve is used to project the given data set into a big population. மாத்தி சொல்றேன். It's not possible to compute all the mean, median, mode, central tendency, dispersion values from population. So a specific set of samples will be drawn and an analysis will be made on that sample. This frequency curve will be extended for the entire population. That's where this frequency curve will help. We have a relationship between mean, median and mode. Mode is equal to, we call it as empirical relationship. Mode is equal to 3 median minus 2 times mean. We have one more concept called combined mean. Combined mean is nothing but you have two different data sets. You have individual mean of each data set, but you want to combine the mean and find it as a single mean. How can you combine? How you know the summation? You are given with only the mean and number of units in each data set.
X bar into frequency.
Equal to n1 x1 bar plus n2 x2 bar. If it is more than 2 data set, it goes on plus nn xn bar. X double bar, or you can also use the symbol capital X bar. This is for arithmetic mean. This is for arithmetic mean. For geometric mean, geometric mean 1 power n1 geometric mean 2 power n2, geometric mean 3 power n3, the whole raised to the power 1 by n1 plus n2 plus n3. For harmonic mean, சொல்லு correct சொல்லு. Anything else? n1 by harmonic mean 1 plus n2 by harmonic mean 2 plus n3 divided by harmonic mean 3. That's it. அப்படியா? ஓகே, அப்படியா?
by
n1 plus n2 plus n3. This formula will be used to find average speed. Speed will be measured with distance by time. Exactly. With this, I am completing central tendency. With this, I am completing central tendency. Any data set where x bar equal to median equal to mu, we call it as symmetric data. Take a break, come back at 10:30. Okay, welcome back. This is our part 2 of day 2. Part 2 of day 2. We have to start with dispersion. Measure of dispersion. Measure of dispersion. What do you understand by the term measure of dispersion? First of all, what is dispersion? Dispersion is nothing but scatteredness of a data set. How the data set got scattered from a reference point. Appo measure of dispersion அப்படிங்கிறது what does it mean? How the units of the data set are to what extent the units of data set got deviated from any of the reference value. If If it is extreme values, we call it as range. If it is from quartiles, we call it as quartile deviation. If it is from mean, median or mode, absolute value of mean, median or mode, we call it as mean deviation, and etc. Now, before going into that, what does measure of central tendency represents? It gives a representative value for the entire data set, whereas this dispersion gives the scatteredness. So, with the help of central tendency and dispersion, you don't need to have the entire data set. Rather, just these two values are enough to have an idea about the data set. You don't need to have the entire data set, just these two values are enough to have an idea about the entire data set. So, dispersion measures measure of scatteredness, central tendency measures or it gives a representative value for the data set. Just because of tomorrow. Now, depending upon the reference, we can split the entire dispersion. We can split the entire dispersion measures into, if it is from the extreme values, if the reference is from extreme values, we call it as range. If it is from quartiles, yes, how can I help you? Divya, you raised hand. Do you have anything else to say? Quartiles. It gives from, like, if it is from extreme values, if it is from quartiles, we call it as quartile deviation. If it is from central tendency, we call it as mean deviation, whereas we have one more measure which gives the best optimal fit, for the entire three. We call it as standard deviation. Where squares and square roots are involved. Now, when it comes to this measure of dispersion, what I mentioned, dispersion measures the scatteredness of a data set. More specifically, to what extent? What is the extent the units in the data set got scattered? The units in the data set got scattered. That is what we call it as dispersion. Now, to what extent it got scattered? That extent can be measured in absolute terms, relative terms, which means percentage. What is meant by absolute term? Always numeric and gives a distance function. As answer. Similarly, when it comes to relative measure, gives the answer in percentage, better for comparison. As I mentioned earlier, dispersion is a distance function. Always dispersion is positive. If you tell range as negative number, it's wrong. If you tell range as a negative number, range or quartile deviation or mean deviation or whatever it may be, even the entire data set can contain fully negative numbers, but dispersion is a distance function. What is the distance between? Can the distance between two numbers, can the distance between two objects negative? Distance function starts from 0. The lower limit is 0, upper limit it can be anything, but it can't be lesser than 0. So the deviation of each units of the data set, we will study those things in dispersion. Example, in a plate or in the hall, in this hall, I am just dropping a glass. A glass, what will happen? It will break, right? It will break. What will happen to the broken pieces? Will it stay as it is? It will get scattered from the place of impact. It will get scattered from the place of impact. Now if I tell, say I am just taking it as 0, this is as 1, this is as 2, this is okay. See it as a circle. See it as a circle, which means it got scattered. Okay, if I am telling it got scattered for 1.5 meters. Till 1.5 meter, it's not a safe place to step. It's not a safe place to step in. After 1.5, it's safe. Kind of, it's safe. The maximum scatteredness is 1.5. Now what is the reference? What is the reference here? 1.5 is the, like 0 is the reference, right? The point of breaking is the reference. From that place I made the distance function. So I mentioned it as a, see it as a circle. So for the radius of 1.5, it's not safe to step in. After the radius of 1.5, it's safe. Clear? Now whatever the answer I gave now is the answer for the following question. A river with average depth of 5.5 feet or 6 feet. A river with average depth of 6 feet. Can a man with 6 feet height claim he won't drain? Can a man with 6 feet height claim he won't drain in the river? Average height is 6 and the man's height is 7. He is claiming I won't drain. Is the statement true or false? Is the statement true or false? Why?
Average depth is perfect deep depth தெரியாது. So average 6 feet இருக்கும்போது அந்த 7 feet மேல இறங்கினா he will get it.
How come? I am not asking you the physical explanation, mathematical explanation. Give me mathematical explanation. It's a river, right? It's a river, right? At one place the depth can be 5 feet, at one place the depth can be 7 feet, right? And the average is 6 feet. So a man with 7 feet has the possibility to drain. A man with 8 feet, it depends upon the units. It depends upon the units observed. So to test whether this will work or not, I need to consider each and every unit. Instead of that, if I know the dispersion, the scatteredness, I know the maximum scatteredness. Say the maximum scatteredness is 3 feet. A man 9.5 feet tall, and he is claiming I won't drain. Is it true? Mathematically it's true. Mathematically it's true. So what does that dispersion measures? How scattered? What is the maximum possible of scatteredness for the data set? Clear? Now When it comes to this absolute value, we call it as range, quartile deviation, mean deviation and standard deviation. When it comes to this relative measure, we call it as coefficient of range, coefficient of quartile deviation, coefficient of mean deviation and coefficient of variation. You know the formula. In the பக்கத்திலே நான் formula படிக்க போறேன். Formula doesn't matter, understanding matters. You know the formula for range. Another largest value minus smallest value, highest value minus smallest value, whatever it may be. What is coefficient of range? What is coefficient of range? L minus S by L plus S. Clear? What does this L minus S represents? What does this L minus S represents? அப்படினா என்ன?
First minimum smallest value க்கு highest value க்கு அந்த gap.
Okay, and the gap தெரிஞ்சு. What's the need? Again I am going to the basic question. What's the need? Say I have a data set whose smallest value is 10 and the largest value is 90, and I say the dispersion is range is 80. What does it mean?
Scatteredness.
It's impossible to find two units. It's impossible to find two units in the data set whose deviation between both of them is more than 80. Can I? Can I? It's not possible to find two data sets such that the difference or the deviation between both of them is more than 80. So the maximum possible deviation எவ்வளவு? 80. அதுக்கு மேல கிடையாது. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, what is coefficient of range? What is coefficient of range? Here I had 90 and 10. Here I had 90 and 10. I am taking a different data set. I am taking a different data set where 40 and 60. Highest value is 60 and the lowest value is 40. What is the dispersion? 60 minus 40, it's 20, right? Can I claim the deviation is limited in the second data set? Obviously both the things are positive, can't be negative. It's non-negative. Measure of dispersion is a non-negative one. Non-negative one. Now, can I compare these two things? Question மாத்தி கேக்குறேன். Let me change the question. I am having a data set where the highest value is 190 and the lowest value is 110. Say உங்களோட 12th mark, என்னோட 12th mark. You wrote the 12th exam for 100 marks. I wrote the 12th exam for 200 marks. And I too, I am having a deviation of range of 80. You are also having a range of 80. Is it possible to compare? Even though, in spite of dispersion computes the measure of scatteredness, to compare it with a reference one, it's not possible to compare it with the absolute value. So I will be in need of a relative value. That relative value is what we call it as coefficient of range, L minus S, which is absolute value divided by L plus S. Clear? So we took the ஒரு data set ஓட extreme values எடுத்தோம். Next we are going to take கொஞ்சம் உள்ள we are moving further. Quartile deviation. Quartile deviation. What does it mean? The deviation of the maximum deviation of any value from the quartiles, not from the extreme values, from the quartiles. புரியலையா? புரியுது. ஏன் ஒரு மாதிரி ஐம் ஸ்டிஃப் அப்படின்னு உட்காந்துருக்கேன். ஃப்ரெண்ட்ல வந்துக்கோ. என்ன நீ தானப்பா சொன்ன ஏசி குளிருதுன்னு? என்ன ஏசி ஆஃப் பண்ணி ரொம்ப ஒரு மாதிரி ஸ்டிஃப் இட் சீம்ஸ் டு பி சோ ரிஜிட். அப்படிலாம் இல்லை நீ. So the reference is from quartiles. Why? Sir, extreme values irukkalame. The reference can be from extreme values. Why am I taking quartiles as reference? When it comes to range, I am considering only two extreme values. I am considering only two extreme values, which is in a class obviously there will be a person who scored 10 mark failed. Obviously there will be a topper who scored 90 marks. But majority of the people have scored in between 40 to 80 or 40 to 70. Is it a better measure? Is it a better measure for dispersion? Does it give an optimal measure? No. It is giving a measure which gives the most extreme dispersion possible. It's not needed. I need a relative or optimal dispersion. I need an optimal dispersion, right? So in such scenario, instead of considering the extreme values, I am just considering 25th percentile and 75th percentile, 1/4 and 3/4. I am finding the deviation from those things. So what is quartile deviation? What's the formula for quartile deviation? Q3 minus Q1 by 2. Then what is Q3 minus Q1? What is Q3 minus Q1? Quartile range. So we also call it as semi-interquartile range. Semi-interquartile range. Then what can be the value of coefficient of quartile deviation? Coefficient of quartile deviation, what's the value? Q3 minus Q1 by Q3 plus Q1. If it is a discrete data, use n plus 1 by 4, 3 times n plus 1 by 4th value. If it is a continuous data, L plus n by 4 minus m by f into c, L plus 3n by 4 minus m by f into c, which we discussed few minutes earlier, few hours earlier, sorry. All of you brought lunch, right? lunch எடுத்துட்டு வாங்கன்னு சொன்னேன். சொன்னவங்க யாருமே வரல. lunch எடுத்துட்டு வந்துட்டியா? Now we have to move even further. From the extremes we move towards the 1/4 and 3/4 value. Now I am just coming to the middle. I call it as mean deviation. Sir, why it is called as mean deviation? Can't it be median deviation? Can't it be mode deviation? In case of, it's a right question. There is nothing to criticize this. In case of symmetric data, I mentioned mean equal to median equal to mode, right? Mean equal to median equal to mode. What does it mean? For a symmetric data, it is equal. A population is always symmetric in nature. A population, this is a rule. A population is always symmetric in nature. So in such scenario, central tendency, all the three central tendency values will be equal. So mean represents median, represents mode. Sir, then why am I considering, why am I calculating mean deviation from mean, from median, from mode? Am I having only the population? No. I am having only the sample from population, not exactly the population, only few part from the population. That's why for those few part, mean, median, mode may vary. But when population is concerned, all the three will be equal. So if it is from the central values, we call it as mean deviation. We call it as mean deviation. And this mean deviation can be further segregated into from mean, from median. From mode is not always accepted because there might be a issue, there might be a possibility where the data set does not contain a mode. The data set may not even contain a mode. So mode is not a generally accepted one, but theoretically it's accepted one. Theoretically it's accepted one. What is mean deviation from mean? Summation. I am just giving it for continuous data. Continuous or grouped data. Modulus of x minus x bar divided by summation. Yes. Why should I take modulus?
Absolute. Absolute value, distance.
What if I haven't considered modulus?
Maybe the result will be negative. So the character.
Why? Why?
It is an average. If you are considering mean, it will be an average. So by the lesser than like mean oda kammiya irukradella negative la varum. Mean oda adhigama irukradella positive varum. So minus 1 positive cancel பண்ணா 0 ல முடியும். அந்த மாதிரி இருந்தா மொத்த ரிசல்ட் 0 ஆகும். So அப்படி இருக்க கூடாது.
Can I get even more better explanation? It's good. தப்புன்னு சொல்லல. There is also a proper explanation.
Summation x minus x bar will always be equal to 0, sir.
Why?
X minus x bar அப்ப summation x இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரி x minus x bar வந்து அந்த எத்தனை வாட்டி பண்றோமோ n times வரப்ப n into x bar வரப்ப is also equal to summation.
You are giving me a mathematical explanation. You are giving me, I am accepting it. உனக்கு ஆன்சர் தெரியும், அமைதியா தெரியாதா? அப்போ வார இப்ப ஞாபகம் வரும் பாரு. The OG Bharadwaj students, புலி அமைதியா stay silent. Why? You gave me a mathematical explanation. I need a logical explanation. That's not like what you have mentioned is right. I am not telling it as wrong, but that's not a proper one.
Sum of deviation from mean is 0.
The definition of mean itself is built something like that. The definition of mean itself, that's why I mentioned it's not wrong. It can be even more curated. The definition of mean itself is built something like that. What? Mean is nothing but a value which is having a optimal distance. What is meant by optimal distance? நீ சொன்னது தான் answer. If it is plus 5 towards the left, it should be minus 5 towards the right. If it is, sorry, I am having this issue, left right. If it is plus 5 in one side, it should have minus 5 in another side. Rather than telling it something like that, you should locate a value so that left side distance is equal to right side distance. That's the same explanation for median. That's the same explanation for median. For when it comes to median, we are considering only the place, only the index. We are not considering the value of the place. We are considering only the placement. We are considering the index of the placement. We are not considering the value of the placement. If the value of placement is considered, it's mean. If value of placement is not considered, it's median. So இப்போ புரியுதா? Mean, median both gives the same measure. So what is the point we have to note here? Sum of deviations. Sum of deviation from arithmetic mean is always is always 0. It's not nil, it's 0. The measure is 0. There is a measure. If I put nil, it represents there is no measure. There is a measure, but that measure is 0. Clear? I want to tell one more thing when it comes to this measure of central tendency. Change in origin. What is change in scale and change in origin? Change in origin represents translation. Change in origin represents translation, which means the entire data set is moved, is translated, or physics la vera or term they will use, displaced to a specific extent. The entire data set is displaced by a specific number. It can be addition or it can be subtraction. Then what is change in scale? Multiplication or division. In more clear manner. Mathematically you gave the answer. More clear answer. This is translation. We call it as magnification.
Graph, zoom, or
Exactly. Exactly. If I am having a scale of 1 unit, if the scale is 0.1 unit, that's magnification. We call it as change in scale. What is change in origin? The data will be placed with the same reference only, whereas zoom in, zoom out is made. Zoom in, zoom out is made. We call it as change in scale. Instead of zoom in and zoom out, it's entirely displaced. We call it as change in origin. For both the scenarios, change in scale and change in origin, central tendency will be affected. Central tendency will be affected by both change in scale and change in origin. Clear? Clear? Now, what does it mean? What does it mean? If you have x bar equal to 3 and you are multiplying the entire data set by 4, taking it as y. What's y bar? 4 times x bar. It's 4 times x bar. Magnification. Here, and the same is applicable for division also. Instead of 4, if I multiply inverse of 4, which is 1 by 4, the same rule is applicable. Now, I have x bar equal to 3. I am moving the entire data set by minus 3, which is I am translating towards the direction minus 3, which is y equal to x minus 3. Then what can I say about y bar? It's nothing but x bar minus 3. So, if y equal to ax plus b, here you have both translation and magnification. What can you say about y bar? A times x bar plus b. Clear? This is what I call it as change in scale and change in origin. We will be having the same discussion on change in scale and change in origin with dispersion also. Okay. So, if modulus is lifted, what will happen? It will be sum of deviation from arithmetic mean, which will result in 0. Just to avoid the 0, I am taking the absolute deviation. I am taking the mean of absolute deviation. If it is replaced by median, I call it as mean deviation about median. If it is replaced by mode, it is mean deviation about mode, but it is a theoretical one, not a practical one. What is meant by coefficient of mean deviation? What is meant by coefficient of mean deviation? So simple. Mean deviation about any reference. Mean deviation about any reference. Let it be mean or let it be median divided by that reference number. If it is about mean, x bar. If it is about median, divided by median. Clear? Now comes these and all basic things. These and all basic formulas. Few people might have learnt it in 11th, 12th. Anyway, I am just giving you a basic lecture analysis. Now, அவ்வளோதான் discussion முடிய போகுது. Effect of change in scale and change in origin. Effect of change in scale and change in origin. Let me consider one measure of dispersion. Let me consider one measure of dispersion. Mean deviation. Mean deviation எடுத்துக்கலாம். About median. Let's take mean deviation about median. So that we will be considering mean deviation formula also, median formula also. For that I am taking Excel. Now, let me take a data set. Class interval, frequency. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி we took a data set, right? Let's take the same data set. 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. Okay? And the frequency comes something like 1, 16, 31, 17. Sorry. 1, 16, 31, 17 and 9. How to find median? For that I have to go for cumulative frequency, which is 1. Clear? If I apply the same rule everywhere, I will get 74. Clear? Now what is n by 2? What is n by 2? Equal to 74 divided by 2, which is equal to 37. So the answer is 37. Where is 37? So this is the median class. This is the median class. Yes or no? Now, what is the median? M equal to L plus n by 2 minus m by the whole divided by f into c. Clear? Which is, what is L? 20 plus 37 minus 17. M is 17 divided by what is F? 31 multiplied with, and that multiplication symbol I am putting here, 10. So median is 26.4516. Median is 26.4516. Now, what I am going to do? Mean deviation, x minus median. It's not x bar, median, equal to, for that I have to find mid x. For that I have to find mid x. How can I find mid x? 5, 10, okay, 15, 25, 35, 45. Clear? Lower limit plus upper limit divided by 2. What is x minus median? Equal to 5 minus median is this thing only. Clear? minus 21.4516. If I do the same rule for remaining data, I will get something like this. I will get something like this. Now I have to multiply. Now I have to take the modulus of all of these things, equal to modulus, in the modulus column, it's not here. Backslash irukum. Okay, mod of x minus m, mod of x minus m equal to minus times this value, equal to minus times, I am just taking the modulus. Now I am finding f times modulus of x minus m. What can be the answer? Got it? Clear? So this is the total. This is the total column. Now what am I doing is, hereafter I don't need this. Hereafter I don't need this. I'm just going to consider this. Y equal to x plus 3. அப்போ என்ன வரும்? Y equal to x plus 3. X is 5 plus 3. 8, right? Yes or no? Now with the same thing, what will happen? What is y bar? X bar plus 3. What is x bar? Okay, what? It's not x bar plus 3. Median plus 3. Median y equal to median x plus 3. Median x plus 3, which is plus 3, right? Now I am going to subtract this. Correct? I have to find y minus median. Y minus median, right? Y minus median of y equal to y minus median of y will be and I am doing the same thing for the remaining units of the data set. Okay va? இதிலேயே உனக்கு தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும், from this itself, before multiplying it with f, what am I getting? I am getting the same mod of x minus m, I am getting the same mod of y minus m. So இதிலேந்து what we are getting to know? For dispersion will not change. Dispersion is not affected by change in origin. Measure of dispersion is not affected by change in origin. Clear? So measure of dispersion is not affected by change in origin. Clear? Clear? Now I have to go for change in scale. In your book it will be given in one line. This is an explanation I am taking for 3-4 like around 10 minutes. In your book it will be given for one line and you will get confused. You won't even remember such line exists. But it is most important for understanding the difference between measure of central tendency and measure of dispersion. That's why I am spending much time in central tendency dispersion. Even for correlation regression I am going to spend much time. It's around 11:30. For sure it will take 1:30. For sure it will take another 2 hours. Now, I know the session is till 12, but if I rush you won't get to know the concepts. Now, instead of y plus 3, I am taking z, that is y equal to x plus 3, I am taking z equal to 5x. Then what can be the median of z? Median of z is equal to 5 times median of x, which is 5 times 5 multiplied with 26.45161, 132.2581. We have to do the same here, equal to where is x by the way, z minus median, z minus median equal to 25 minus this value minus 107 point something. I am getting right. I have got the modulus of z minus median. Now if I multiply with the frequency and divide it with summation f, I will get the answer. Pannuvom. F multiplied with mod of z minus median equal to got it. Now I have to find two 2809.677. I have to find the mean deviation. 2809.677. Okay, what is the mean deviation about median? Original mean deviation about median what? Equal to this one divided by 7.593923 equal to this one divided by 74, right? It should be 74. Total is 74, right?
Yes, sir.
What can you say about this? What can you say about this?
Or scale, change in scale.
There is a change. There is a change. I am just multiplying this number, the original mean deviation about median, with 5. What happens? I am getting the same answer, right? Now I am just doing a small modification. Instead of 5x, I am multiplying it with minus 5x. It's negative magnification. Uppo what will happen? What will happen to the median? It will be negative. Here, here, change identity. So all the things are positive here. All the things are positive here. Now, even though you put modulus, you will get the same answer. Even though you put modulus, you get the same answer. Now wait. What you are getting? Wait, I think there is a small mistake. Okay, it's minus 5x, right? So now we made a small error. I forgot to multiply minus 5 here. I just made the magnification symbol, but I forgot to initiate it here. What happens? What happens here? F mod of z minus median is giving me answer of 37 point, which is nothing but 5 times the same thing. In spite of negative magnification, I am getting the same answer for dispersion. So what does it mean? What does it mean? Change in scale mudichachu. This is okay. Change in scale affect the dispersion. Minus 5 potalo, even if I have the change in scale as plus 5 or minus 5, the resultant is same. Even though if I put plus 5 or minus 5, the resultant is same. What does it mean? Measure of dispersion is affected by absolute value of change in change in scale. Absolute value of change in scale. This is what I was about to mention. So measure of dispersion is not affected by change in origin, but affected by change in scale, that too to the extent of modulus. You don't need plus or minus, just affected or not. For this clarification only I took few more minutes. In your book it is given as one line, but for sure you will make a mistake in this. Hereafter you won't. You got the idea, right? Okay, so we discussed one big thing. Dispersion is not affected by change in origin, but affected by absolute value of change in scale. Absolute value of change in scale. This one we discussed now. Now the next one. Dispersion the major thing, the most optimal type of dispersion, which is standard deviation. What does this standard deviation represents? See, if the deviation is okay, what is the disadvantage of mean deviation? Absolute values, right? We are taking only the absolute values. Plus or minus we are not considering. Is there a possibility to overcome that? Yes. Even though let it be positive or let it be negative, square of a negative number is positive. Square of a positive number is always positive. But if the deviation is bigger, square of a bigger number will be bigger, and square of a small number will be even more smaller. What is square of 0.5? 0.25. With this idea only, standard deviation was built, which is nothing but we will use the term sigma to represent standard deviation, which is root of summation x minus x bar the whole square by n. So standard deviation is also called as square of mean of squared deviations. Mean of squared deviations. Adukku 1 by 2 square root of mean of squared deviations. Now is there a possibility each and every time should I subtract x bar? Not needed. I can assume the mean similar to the one which we have discussed earlier, because there might be a possibility where your mean, we found a thing, right? Mean is decimal, mean or median, whatever it may be, it is decimal. In such scenario the answer won't be that much easy to solve. So there I will be using any one number as assumed mean. We call it as step deviation method. In such scenario the formula for standard deviation will be summation. Before that, this is for discrete data. For grouped and continuous data, you have to multiply it with f, summation f times x minus x bar the whole square divided by summation f, which is same as in assumed step deviation method, summation fd square by summation f minus summation fd by summation f the whole square, where d is nothing but sum x minus a. What if all the deviations I have got is a multiple of a common number? Similarly, we can do a thing. If d is x minus a by c, I can divide it by the common number. In such scenario, the standard deviation will be root of summation fd square by summation f minus summation fd by summation f into c. Sir, you are subtracting one number. That number is not having any inference here. Just a splitting of square is done. But you are dividing one number and you are multiplying the same number in the output. Don't we need to, if we have subtracted the number, do we need to add the number here? Don't we need to add the number? Here I am dividing by one number. I am multiplying the resultant by the same constant. Whereas I am doing the same thing. I am subtracting one number. Shouldn't I add the number? Where answer? You solறது ஓகே, ஆனா வேற ஆன்சர்.
Not affected by origin.
என்னப்பா?
Not affected by
Exactly. This is change in origin, this is change in scale. This is change in origin, this is change in scale. That's why this c is multiplied here, this minus a is not added back here. This portion is not affected by change in scale, change in origin. It's only affected by absolute value of change in scale. Even though this c is negative, even though this c is negative, you should multiply only positive c. So let me take it as positive c. Clear? What if a equal to 0? It can be any number, right? Any number in the data set. What if a is equal to 0? The assumed mean itself is 0. The formula for standard deviation will be summation fx square by summation f minus summation fx by summation f, which is x bar square. And variance is nothing but square of standard deviation. Clear? can I? Now, what's the relative measure of standard deviation? What's the relative measure of standard deviation? Call it as coefficient of
variance.
variation, which is standard deviation divided by x bar into 100. To compare the dispersion of two data set, we will be in need of a relative measure instead of a absolute measure, and you should always give the relative measure in percentage. Okay, one common question. We found the arithmetic mean of n natural numbers. We found the arithmetic mean of n natural number. N can be anything. If it is asked for 100, n plus 1 by 2. If it is asked for 200, 200 plus 1 by 2. If it is asked for 300, the same thing. Now, what is the standard deviation for n natural numbers? Standard deviation for n natural numbers. How can we find the standard deviation of n natural numbers? What's the formula for standard deviation? Root of summation x square by n minus summation x by n the whole square. If it is with frequency, if it is a grouped data, multiply with f. What is summation x square? Sum of square of n natural numbers. N into n plus 1, 2n plus 1 by n into 6 minus summation sum of x, mean of n natural numbers. Just now we discussed n plus 1 by 2 whole square, right? So it will be root of divided by, okay, n will get cancelled. It will be n plus 1 into 2n plus 1, 2n square plus 2n into 2n plus n, 3n plus 1 divided by 6 minus divided by 4 n square plus 2n plus 1. Take the LCM. What's the LCM? Is it 24? 12. LCM is 12. Exhausted, So you have to multiply by 3 the first term and multiply the first term by 2 and the second term by 3. It will be 4n square plus 6n plus 2 minus 3n square minus 6n minus
Plus 3.
3.
Plus 1.
Minus 1.
Okay, minus.
So the answer is root of n square minus 1 by 12. Repeatedly tested question. Standard deviation of n natural numbers. N will be given. N will be given. Similarly, what can be the standard deviation of two numbers? A comma B. Mod of A minus B by 2. Mod of A minus B by 2. What is the arithmetic mean of two numbers? A plus B by 2. Geometric mean of two numbers? Root AB. Harmonic mean AB by A plus B. Arithmetic mean is A plus B by 2. Geometric mean is root AB. Harmonic mean is 2AB by A plus B. Clear? And in the earlier scenario, we related through an empirical formula, mean, median and mode. Similarly, we will be able to relate quartile deviation, mean deviation and standard deviation. Standard deviation, quartile deviation is equal to 2 by 3 times standard deviation. Similarly, mean deviation is equal to 4 by 5 times standard deviation. Again, you will be tested in these relations. One last thing. combined standard deviation. Combined standard deviation can be how to find the combined standard deviation. What is meant by combined standard deviation? You have two different data set. You have mean for both the data set. You have standard deviation for both the data set. You have to find the combined standard deviation. That is, you have to combine the data set and find the standard deviation. That is what we call it as combined standard deviation, which is plus. What's the next thing? n1 d1 square plus n2 d2 square, the whole divided by n1 plus n2. Now, what is d1? Here it is square, but what is d1? Minus x bar. It might be x bar minus combined mean or combined mean minus x bar, whatever it may be. Both of them gives the same answer since it is squared. d2 x double bar, that is combined mean minus x2 bar. Clear? I am giving you 10 minutes break. 12:10 we have to resume the class. For 20 minutes, let's try to solve problems from dispersion. Illa konjam fast ah mudichittu quickly let's jump into correlation. And for sure regression iniki nadatha mudiyadhu. It's not possible to touch regression. At least let me try to touch permutation today. Pop. So continuing further, let's discuss few problems from whatever the things we have discussed till now. The mean of first n natural numbers. இப்பதான் பார்த்தோம். n plus 1 by 2. It's n plus 1 by 2. Median of continuous distribution lies in the class where median cumulative frequency is exactly greater than or equal to n by 2. புரியுதா? Now you are not getting what I'm. For grouped data, mode is obtained from highest frequency class. Highest frequency class, we call it as model class. When all the observations are equal, mean will be equal to mode, all three are equal. Now arithmetic mean is affected by extreme values. That's what the disadvantage of arithmetic mean. That's why we shifted towards median. Now if the average of 10 numbers, this one we already discussed. The median divides the entire data set into two equal parts. For symmetrical data, mean equal to median equal to mode. Mode is the most frequent value. If mean of 5 number is 12 and new mean after removing idu nama paathutom 16 we discussed. Enna pa? Option 16 is the answer. இது பார்த்தோம் தானே?
ஆமாம் சார்.
5 numbers is 12, so 5 into 12
60
60
44
and 11 we will be removing 11, so after removing one number it is 11, one number is removed, so 60 minus x is equal to 60 minus x by 4 is equal to 11, 44 16, the answer is 16, answer should be 16. Median is independent of extreme values. The disadvantage of mean is the advantage of median. In a positive, okay, skewness I haven't taught yet. For any data, sum of deviations from mean is 0. Now, combined mean formula uses combined mean formula uses weighted mean. Weighted mean. What is the weight? Each data set, the number of units of each data set is the weight. So, weight will be equal to number of units of each data set. Clear? Attend பண்ண முடியுதா questions? Now, empirical relation, mode equal to 3 median minus 2 mean. 3 median minus 2 mean. Geometric mean is lesser than arithmetic mean. Harmonic mean is the reciprocal of அப்படியா? What is reciprocal?
1 by
Arithmetic mean is not the answer. Geometric mean is not the answer. Median is not the answer. So the answer will be between arithmetic mean and sum of reciprocals. It should be mean of reciprocals. Mean of reciprocals. Mean is suitable for qualitative. For qualitative data, the best suitable measure is mode. For qualitative data, the best suitable measure is mode. For quantitative data, you can quantify that. For what is ranked data? First rank, second rank, third rank. You can index the units. So ranked data, median. Skewed data or symmetric data will be the answer. Median is ideal when the data contains median is not affected by extreme values. Extreme values. Mode is commonly used for height data. தெரியலையா? Mode is commonly used for height data. Then dispersion and standard deviation. Smallest measure of dispersion. That's the largest measure of dispersion. Standard deviation. Coefficient of variation won't come. It's not at all measure of dispersion. It's relative measure of dispersion. Range equal to maximum minus minimum. Interquartile range. Q3 minus Q1. Quartile range, interquartile range, both were similar term only. Quartile deviation Q3 minus Q1 by 2. Coefficient of range maximum minus minimum divided by maximum plus minimum. Standard deviation is Absolute measure. It's not approximate one, it's absolute one. Variance is always wait, it can't be negative. It can't be negative. 0 or negative, that's also not possible. Is there a possibility of 0? Why? When variance can be 0?
Model.
Variance.
Variance.
Standard deviation is 0. When standard deviation will be 0?
And the sum of deviations of sum of square of deviations is 0. It is
When the sum of square of deviations will be 0?
There is no model.
We are squaring, we are not taking modulus.
Okay, square.
We are squaring, in standard deviation we are squaring, we are not taking modulus. That's also wrong. Can standard deviation take 0?
when all values are equal to mean.
In spite of that mean will also be what you have mentioned, tell me. If all the values are equal, what will be the mean? The same. What will be the deviation? That value minus that value? 0. So, standard deviation can be 0 only if all the values in the data are equal. Only if all the values in the set are equal. Can we? அடுத்ததுதான். So the answer is positive here. Variance is always positive. Now, if all the values, I don't need to give the answer. Should I? Dispersion is affected by absolute value of change in scale multiplied by 5 change in scale. Standard deviation of first n natural numbers root of n square minus 1 by 12. Mean deviation is least when taken from mean. Mean divided by standard deviation divided by mean into 100. Higher standard deviation indicates higher standard deviation. Symmetricity varadu. Lower
Variability.
higher variability. Okay. Standard deviation, the relative measure of standard deviation, it will be coefficient of variation. Yes or no? For coefficient of variation, if coefficient of variation is bigger, what does it mean? Less consistent. Less consistent. If coefficient of variation is smaller, it represents more consistent. If coefficient of variation is smaller, which means deviation is smaller, man, more consistent, which means the data takes nearer values. If CV is coefficient of variation is large, what does it mean? Less consistent. Less consistent means it takes different values. There is no consistency. It takes different values. It's not a constant one. It varies in nature. So, higher variability. Higher variability. Now, quartile divides the entire data set into 4 equal parts. If standard deviation is 0, all the values are equal. Variance is square of standard deviation. Coefficient of quartile deviation Q3 minus Q1 by Q3 plus Q1. Range is the most useful when data set is open-ended. Varada.
Large.
This is small.
Homework. Never Google it. Try to interpret your possible answers for all the 4 options. We had that discussion for around 4 to 5 hours. Interquartile range estimates. IQR is interquartile range. Middle values. Middle values. Standard deviation is affected by standard deviation is a measure obtained by arithmetic mean. So obviously extreme values. A quick revision we had. We had a quick revision. Idile theriyudhu dispersion and central tendency thorough. Around 20 marks. Around 20 marks you are sure. With this for this marathon session, I would like to give a word. If you attend the marathon session, if you thoroughly attend the marathon session and you are comfortable with this marathon session will help you to get more than exemption, not pass. It's not about passing the paper. It will help you to get more than exemption, because when it comes to CMA foundation, this is the one and only paper which helps for aggregate. It's a scoring paper. This is the paper which helped me to score 97 out of 100 in my foundation. My maths, I'm not sure, but my maths are mentioned, it was all India first mark then, during the term. Institute haven't gave me any mail, but my institute owner mentioned me, this is the highest, this is the first mark, all India first mark. Just because of 97 in mathematics, my total is 280. I just made the revision similar to one which I am doing now. Recap the revision, have the recap of the revision twice or thrice if possible, and practice the sums, it's enough. Can I move further? Correlation. The next important concept, analysis in statistics. Can you please switch on the AC? It's too humid. What does correlation represents? What do you mean by the term correlation? Spread panna syllabify. Correlation. It represents the interdependence between two different variables. Interdependence between two variables. And we will use two symbols for correlation. In general, it is rho, but in your book also, it will be represented with R. If it is from population, we use the letter rho. If it is from sample, we use the letter R. Take it from me, whatever the thing I am teaching now and in tomorrow's class, correlation and regression, you will travel with this till your final. You will travel with this till your final, CMA final. In CMA final, you will be having a paper, kind of a nightmare paper for many people who are afraid of mathematics, which is strategic financial management, my doctorate subject. One part of that subject is my doctorate thesis, PhD thesis. In that, you will be having 22 marks. You will be getting 22 marks in a specific chapter called portfolio management, which is entirely correlation and regression. With few other understanding, with few different understanding, but it's entirely correlation and regression only. So if you get thorough with this correlation and regression, for your final, out of 400, you have studied for 22 marks now itself. For your CMA final, out of 400, you have completed 22 marks now itself. And you will be having 2 years time to practice for that 22 marks. Upon the practice, you will be able to secure the 22 marks for sure. Not even 22, you will be able to secure the entire 22 marks. That's the beauty of mathematics. It will travel with you lifelong if you understand it properly. And it will be a nightmare if you don't understand it properly. Mathematics பத்தி நாங்க தான பேசி ஆகணும். Now, correlation measures the interdependence between two variables. This rho varies between -1 and +1. Sir, what does interdependence? Can we speak something in economics terms? Demand and supply. Two different variables, dependent variables. Yes or no? The impact of one will be reflected in the other. What's the impact? What's the proportionality between demand and supply? எனக்கு தெரியாது. I am zero in economics. தெரியாது. நீங்க தான் சொல்லணும். You people are commerce graduates. சொல்லுங்க. என்னடா திரும்ப முடிக்கிறீங்க? Directly proportional. Let's assume there is a direct proportionality. If there is an increase in demand, obviously there should be increase in supply. If there is a decrease in demand, there should be decrease in supply. Yes or no? Now, what's the relationship between demand and price? Inverse. If the demand increases, அப்படியா?
Price. Okay.
On the basis of demand, direct.
On the basis of demand, I am asking on the basis of demand.
Direct relation.
If the price increases, demand decreases. I am not asking in the basis of price. Interdependence. I am asking about interdependence. I am not asking about equilibrium. I am asking about interdependence. Demand and supply are the best example for interdependence. The supply increases, demand will also increase. The supply of cost accountants increase. The demand will also increase. The institute is producing more number of cost accountants. Is supplying more cost accountants. The demand for cost accountant will also increase. Vice versa. Hopefully economics na thappa solli kudukalangara nambikala I am moving further. Now, x is proportional to y. This is what we will write, right? We will write x is equal to some ky, proportionality constant. That proportionality constant is what we call it as correlation coefficient. It's a kind of it's obtained from this correlation coefficient, not exactly the correlation coefficient. but will be obtained from this correlation coefficient only. What does it mean now? Again, see, what's the effect of one variable on other? Measuring the effect of change in one variable towards the other, similar to your differentiation concept. Similar to your differentiation concept. Maths படிக்கலையா 11th 12th computer science This correlation coefficient measures the interdependence between two variables. What is that interdependence? The term interdependence gives effect of change in one variable towards other. This is what we call, and that too, that effect is a numerical answer. This will be a numerical answer. It will give a numerical value which measures the effect of change in one variable because of another, or dominant on another. Function
of x in the model, like y equal to function of x.
Not exactly. If it is function of x, you are mentioning it to be a function of x. If I am taking y equal to some sin x, right? It's not exactly, because correlation will always be -1 to +1, but function may vary. Function may take some bigger values. So it's not exactly a function, because in case of function there should be some matching concept. I'm not sure that matching concept is that. No, there is no matching concept. We can call it as a function. It should be a dependent one. Both the variables should be a dependent one, then we can call it as a function. The effect of change, it gives a numerical value to the effect of change of one variable upon the other. One variable is increasing. What will happen to the other variable? The quantity, the import of, say, any product, the import of machinery is increasing. Obviously the employment rate increase. The employment rate will increase. What will decrease? Unemployment rate will decrease, yes or no? Unemployment rate will decrease or not? Will there be a direct proportion? Directly proportional, yes we can say, but the dependency won't be exact. What does exact represents? If there is an addition of 10 here, there will always be addition of 10 here, not like that. If there is addition of 10, there will be addition of 2 or 3, whatever. So how to relate that? How to relate that interdependency? That is what we are going to proceed with. Correlation. Correlation is computed by covariance between x comma y divided by standard deviation of x multiplied with standard deviation of y. One formula, we are going to manipulate that one formula in different formats. Covariance, we call it as combined variance. It's not coefficient of variation. Combined variance divided by standard deviation of x multiplied with standard deviation of y. What is that combined variance? It's nothing but sum of x minus x bar. If it is a square, we call it as variance. But it's not square. We are making a product with a different deviation. What is the different deviation? Y minus y bar. N. y minus y bar divided by n. Clear? Similarly, for finding variance, what's the formula for finding variance? Summation x minus x bar the whole square by n. We had a different formula. What is that? Summation x square by n minus summation x by n the whole square. Similarly, we are going to have one different formula which substitutes this. Here also I will be having square root, here also I will be having square root, here also I will be having divided by root n, here also I will be having divided by root n, here also I am having n. What is root n and root n? N. N will get cancelled, right? So one formula for correlation, n times summation xy minus summation x summation y divided by root of n square summation x square minus summation x into root of n square summation y square minus summation y the whole square. One big formula. If you understand the logic, it will be easy. This n and this n will get cancelled. Root n will give you n. This n and this n will be cancelled. The remaining things will be this only. And instead of writing the variance formula, I can write it something like this. No, that's what I am doing here. Clear? Which can also be treated like summation xy by n minus x bar times y bar. If you are, instead of summation x and summation y, if you are given with means, use this formula, summation x square by n minus x bar whole square times summation y square by n minus y bar the whole square. Clear? So one formula in different formats. Only one formula in different formats. Can I proceed? Now, this one formula is enough. This one formula is enough to study correlation. My question is correlation affected by change in scale? Is correlation affected by change in origin? Is correlation affected by change in scale? Is correlation affected by change in origin? Compute panniralama? Can be? Let's take one sum. You know how to calculate all these values, right? Summation x, summation y, x bar, y bar, summation x square, summation y square. Now, proceeding towards a sum. We had the discussion on effect of change in scale and change in origin in correlation coefficient. Unluckily, I forgot to record, so I am making a quick revision once again. We had a brief discussion on how change in scale and change in origin affects correlation coefficient. How change in scale and change in origin affects correlation coefficient. We had the discussion. Let's have the discussion once again. Since there is non-availability of recording, I am doing it once again. See, instead of u, I am taking it as x minus 67, which is change in origin. And I am trying to find what is the value of correlation coefficient between u with y. So, u is nothing but change in origin of x. Is the value changed? No. Both remains equal. Instead of change in scale, instead of change in origin, I made a change in scale with minus 14. The magnification is on a negative side. In such scenario, the correlation coefficient is same, whereas the direction is opposite. So, what does it mean? Correlation coefficient is not affected by change in scale or change in origin, but affected by the direction of change in scale. Now, what happens when you try to find the correlation coefficient with itself, for a variable with itself? The direction of change will also be same, and the variable will change as the variable itself. So it will be perfect positive correlation. If it is on the opposite side, it is perfect negative correlation. And this correlation formula we call it as Karl-Pearson correlation. This is what we call it as Karl-Pearson correlation. Pearson correlation or Karl-Pearson correlation, both are same. The next thing which we are going to see is Spearman's rank correlation. அப்படினா என்ன? Here there is only one variable. There is only one variable observed by two judges. Now we have to find is there any dependence in analysis of two judges. In analysis of two judges, that's what we are going to see. We call it as rank correlation. For variable, one judge might have given one set of rank and another judge have given another set of rank. So we will be having rank A, rank B. The rank given by judge A and the rank given by judge B. We will try to find what is the difference. Take the square. Spearman rank correlation is 1 minus 6 times d square, summation d square by n into n square minus 1. This is the one and only formula for Spearman's rank correlation. This is the one and only formula for Spearman's rank correlation. If while giving rank, any judge gave the same rank for two different persons. So one rank might have got repeated, right? In such scenario, it's 1 minus 6 times summation d square plus 1 by 12 m times m square minus 1 and goes on, where m is number of repetitions of any rank. If two rank got repeated 3 times once and 4 times once, it will be 3 into 3 square minus 1 plus 4 into 4 square minus 1 divided by 12. The whole divided by n into n square minus 1. That's it with the formula for rank correlation. Correlation itself is over. Have the practice of correlation and come tomorrow. It's complete regression, skewness and other few topics.
Probable error.
Tomorrow. Day after tomorrow. Tomorrow permutation, set language, calculus.
So probable errors in this only we have.
Tomorrow. Probable error is not much concept, much bigger one. Anyway, let me teach it tomorrow. Yes. Wait. கேட்டுட்டான் சொல்லிடுறேன். Probable error. What might be the acceptable error in finding correlation coefficient is nothing but 0.6745 multiplied with 1 minus r square divided by number of units observed. Clear? And there is also a thing called concurrent deviation. You are about to ask that, right? Concurrent deviation. Illa. Fine. concurrent deviation is nothing but plus or minus root of 2c minus n divided by n, where n is number of concurrents. Number of concurrents is nothing but number of iteration. If you have a total of 12 iteration, the number of concurrents is 11. So n is nothing but total minus 1. என்னப்பா? C is nothing but the number of concurrents. Is the number of concurrents observed. This is nothing but the number of concurrent deviation. Problem I will give one problem for this. That is, what is the change? Is there a change from positive? No. Is there a change? We will call it as concurrence. That is, if there is an increase, we will take it as plus. If there is a decrease, we will take it as minus. And we will compare the increase or decrease between two terms, between two variables. So something like plus, plus, minus, 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 plus, and another variable is having a different sign. Now we will take, if I am having plus here, if I am having plus here, what is plus into plus? If I am having minus here, concurrence is nothing but number of plus. Concurrence is nothing but number of plus. Can we? That's it with today's session. Let's continue in tomorrow's class. We have another 2-day sessions. படிச்சுட்டு வாங்க, மீட் பண்ணலாம். Thanks for the session. Bye.